we approved additions and deletions, but approval.
but
of
not the agenda.
the way
I'll
it was.
motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we need to approve, excuse me, the consent agenda. We just did,
Approved
we approved the
With the
deletions.
motion to approve or just to
It was
change?
to approve with those
changes.
items
Okay.
withdrawn.
I just
Okay,
wanna make
it's
sure the
just-
clerk has it down correctly.
It's just wrong on here. Okay,
Okay, consent's approved.
okay, so.
All right. Madam Chair, how would you like to handle the items we pulled off the consent? You want to take care of them right now, or would you like to put them under the respective departments?
Let's see, you can go ahead and take care of them right now.
Okay, all right.
5, 7, and 23, okay?
Okay, so item number 5 is a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign the lease of commercial property for District 4 Commissioner's Office. Okay? so-
Okay. Yes, that is to sign a contract for me to have an office that's in the same complex that I'm in, and to be able to finish out my term.
Do we still have a lease on the old office?
We have a lease that ends in September.
I thought it ended in 27.
No.
Did the landlord say he would transfer the lease you have now to this new
It
space?
is.
Yes,
There is a
he's
combination of
transferring the
prior
lease.
In this document.
Well, the reason I ask is we just spent a couple of years ago $40,000 redoing that office. And now we have no control over it. And we're going, I'm assuming we're going to have to remodel this office, and there's no telling how long that will take. And don't take this the wrong way, okay, please, I don't
Okay.
mean it that way, I mean it from a financial standpoint. You've got 1 year, and I don't know if you're running or not, it's none of my business, and I'm not asking you that. But you could get beat. And so,
Sure.
and let me finish, or choose not to run, and then we've got another $50,000 or so, I'm assuming it'll take that, for your new office, and you might even not get into it till after it's renovated, till after the election, because if it is gonna have to be renovated and put a lot of money in, and then what if whoever wins doesn't want to be in that office? And we spent around $100,000 on 2 offices we're not using. That's my only concern about it. If you run for reelection and win and you want a new office, I think that would be the proper time to bring it up.
Well, what I did when I first got that office was it was the cheapest thing that I could find, and it was about a third or less than that of what anything else was in the area, and it's very small, and my conference room barely fits 5 people in there. I know you haven't been in there, but it's not large enough, and every time they ask me what they can do for me, I said, we can stretch these walls. So it's just a very small office. It's unlike yours. And I know that in the past it's been done because I believe Commissioner Barker outfitted Commissioner Nick's office right before, about 7 months before he stepped down. So it's not like there isn't a precedence, but it's in the same landlord, and it's just a little larger area.
I understand
And there's
that.
not a whole lot of work that needs to be done to it. And what we would do is take the things that are in the one that we have and move them right into that one.
Okay, I just
Okay.
wanted,
Madam Chair? I don't have any problem with you switching offices if you choose, but I would like, in the same vein, while you got 2,200 square feet right now, I've got less than 1,000. And ours current one is we have to run a machine all the time to 24/7 to a dehumidifier to keep the mold out. So while we're doing this, I'd like permission to find me another place to go that I don't have to, swim in. Because when that machine fills up, the relative humidity goes up to about 80, which is swimming. So
Have you got any place in mind?
I do, but I want to check into it a little bit.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. I think we all need to have an office that we're comfortable in, that we can accommodate our guests and things like that. And I've just kind of been stuck in a really small area for a while. I mean, it's pretty, I like it a lot, but it's just very, very small. It's just not conducive to conducting meetings in that little room. So that's why I wanted to do that.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that as well at this time, but I think we really need to look into the future aspect. I think we need to own our own office instead of paying somebody else rent or lease. I don't know, do we have any options whatsoever with these, with this building or development that we're gonna be doing with senior centers and parking lots and all this stuff? Do we have any kind of intentions on building maybe an office for that district?
Absolutely. We own about, 5 or 10 acres right outside of my back door, and we're planning on a parking garage there, and they could put an office at the bottom of that parking garage that the county would own. And that would work, but we don't have we don't have anything that the county owns in my district.
I just hope we keep that in mind when we start shoveling dirt, so.
Right. I think, depending on who's there, that would be a good idea. So, do we need to?
I'd like to add on, you know, the two properties we have down there, Driftwood, which we're currently building into a parking lot, and then what we call the Mead property were purchased with 100% tourist development tax. And so we have to make sure that our legal department keeps us within the white lines as to how we can use that property. Might be a transfer of some of the property back to general revenue funded situations, but
I'd make a motion that we approve the District 4 contract, and that we also give me permission to find better quarters as well.
I'll second it. Does that need to be two separate motions?
We can do it together. We can do those together because it's a practical matter. Him looking for a new office is something he's allowed to do anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just making sure we got it on the record.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Motion passes 4-1.
good deal. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 7, this is a request travel authorization for Commissioner Johns to travel to Miami, Florida on November 13th through the 15th, 2025 for the Miccosukee Tribe visit. If you would like to offer some explanation.
Yes. I had 2 individuals from the Mississippi Miccosukee tribe make an appointment and come to my office and sat down and talked with me for quite some time. Had never met them before. They reached out to me, and in that conversation, it went very, very well. They're very, very good, nice people, and one of the individuals works out of Tallahassee, and the other one is in the Everglades. And so, unbeknownst to me, I did not know this was going to happen, but then I received an email from them on August 26th, and they thanked me for speaking with them about their tribe, and they asked if they could host us, and didn't say which us, and I'm not even sure if they talked to the other commissioners or not, I don't know. And they wanted to invite me to, and colleagues, to visit them in the Everglades, and they wanted us to meet the tribal council and facilitate a tour of their tribal business and government facilities, and take us on a boat ride and look at some of their tribe activity, what the 1.2 million acres of that they actively conserve, and meet with their community members. And so they've invited me to do that. It's basically a one-day trip down there to see what they have. Don't know what they want to offer, what they want to do, but in order to find out, I would need to go down there and see what they want, and see what they've got, and see how things are, how they are and what they do, how they conserve their land and things like that. So it was an invitation from them.
I just, is there any inclination on them coming up here and doing any kind of development? Is that what?
I asked them, after a long conversation, if there was anything they wanted, and they said that they were looking at the Panhandle.
Well, this is what, this is what I'm leaning into. We just got done having a festive debate yesterday about the EDA. To me, this would be a prime example of a project that the EDA could take on. I mean, would it not be? This would be a project, if it's gonna be economic development, maybe we should throw the EDA this bone and let them run with it, and then come back to us with, I'm just throwing that option out there.
Does, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Are you through, Mr. Green?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
Don't know if this is true, but the rumor is they're wanting to put a casino here. And, if that's the case,
He said the rumor is that they want to put a casino here. They do have casinos, and they are looking at the Panhandle for something, and we don't know if we don't go find out.
well,
So-
I'm gonna be honest with you right up front. If this is about a casino, I'm against it. I think,
Well,
I don't.
we don't
I
know.
heard they want a casino in North Walton near Defeniak Springs or in the city of Defeniak. And, I've talked with the mayor, and he said they've tried it a couple of times before. They want to put it out there on the, where the
They can't hear you.
veterans thing.
They can't hear you?
Jason, can you turn this up? And I just think if they want to talk to us, they should come here, and I do think that they should contact the EDA.
Well,
Madam
they
Chair.
did come here, and what they said is they're looking at the Panhandle. They didn't specify any location at all for anything.
Well,
Did they say looking for what?
They said they were just looking at the Panhandle, that they were interested in the Panhandle. They didn't say,
Do,
pardon?
they just said we're interested in the
They're
Panhandle?
interested in the Panhandle, yes.
well, I'm fairly confident they don't want to bring alligator wrestling here. So, I'm almost, I would, if I were a betting man, which is, I guess, irony intended, I would say they're wanting to put a casino here, and I'm dead against that. But the first question is, because my interpretation of yesterday's budget discussion is we wanted to tighten spending, and who's paying for this?
Well, the room's $149, so they're not paying for it.
And you gotta get there. I mean, Miami's a long way.
True.
So
I don't have to go. I mean, I don't have to go. It was an invitation. I thought it was a good opportunity to find out what it is that they're wanting, what they're talking about. We don't know what we don't know. So that's the only reason. And actually, I had asked Brian Kellenberger if he would go as well. And before he hurt his shoulder, he was going to go. So,
Well, Madam Chair, I'm genuinely intrigued in what their interest is in Walton County.
They-
We don't
they-
know, we're dealing with rumors, hearsay, and conjecture on what they may or may not be interested in. So, I mean, I don't want to deny anyone who finds value in our county in what their interest is. Maybe, what if, I mean, it seems like collectively among the board, there seems to be some concern about the expenditures for whatever reason. I generally don't have a disagreement with exploratory or economic development type expenditures when there are deliverables that you'll bring back to the county. But maybe ask them, since they extended the invitation, why don't you ask the chairman if they would cover your costs to go down there, and then all you would have to do is you would just have to report it on your quarterly report.
Or even better, why don't they come up here and talk to all of us?
well, I didn't know that they didn't talk to all of us. I just knew that they talked to me.
First I heard of it's when I saw the agenda.
Well, let me just throw this in. This is about economic development. Is that what we're talking about? And don't we have an economic development alliance? Why don't we let the economic development alliance
Well, that's,
dive into this.
that's fine, well and good, but.
They got
I'm-
$800,000 in the bank over there with no projects attached.
I'm of the opinion, as Commissioner Anderson is, I think. I don't want a casino in the Puniac, period.
We don't, well,
I don't
I
care
agree
how
with
much
Commissioner
money they
Brown.
offer.
We don't know what they want at this point, and you might be right.
If you think this is about
I'm-
airboat tours and alligator wrestling, I got land to sell you. And
Hey, you
it's
never
on the
know.
beachfront in Arizona.
You never know till you know. You never know till you know.
Well, that's my point, is you don't know.
Well, that's why I
So-
wanted to, let's give the EDA a prime opportunity to have a project on the plate, to spend some of that money.
Well, let me go back to, if they're, like, for example, when the Paxton community wanted to, they asked us for some money to send their team somewhere, and then someone from the community offered to pay the expenditures in lieu of spending our money. Everybody seemed to get more excited about that. So that's why I offered an alternative, in that if they're interested in our county and they approached our county official, the chairman of this board, about relationships between the tribe and our county, then there's nothing inappropriate with the chair saying, well, I'd love to come down there, but there seems to be some consternation about using public resources. Would the chairman extend an invitation for me to come down there and pick up the expenses? And all she would have to do is report that on her quarterly disclosure. And then it costs nothing.
It doesn't matter. It really, truly doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you don't want me to go, I
Right,
won't
Clay?
go,
Would that
you
be
know.
acceptable?
If it's an invitation, they're providing the funds, depending on how they provide the funds, it may not even constitute a gift if it's in the performance of her official duties as the chairman, so. Because she's functioning as the chair of this board.
Extend opportunity. See what they say.
Fine by me. I mean, I can ask them if they want to pick up the tab and ask them more details about what they want, but this is what I received from them.
Because if they're genuinely interested in economic development in the Panhandle, they're not gonna sweat over $2,500 in paying for your travel expenses,
True,
I promise you.
true. Okay, that's fine. I have no problem with that. We'll get back with that. We'll bring it on another agenda.
No action.
Okay, what else do we have?
Okay, the next item is number 22. Mr. Atkins is going to handle this for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is the memorandum of understanding between DOA and the county. As the board will note, it was executed prior to our first hearing, was presented today for ratification. Based on the conduct and nature of the first hearing, discussions with DOA, planning staff, members of the community, and as well as the applicant and council, one portion of this is probably due for a small tweak. As it indicates right now, under the process, the ALJ said they'll conduct these hearings however we want them to. And we broadly deferred to the conduct of those hearings, but we did indicate that we were comfortable allowing public comment to be heard on each docketed case. So right now, the agreement reads, the ALJ shall also conduct a public hearing on each docketed case and may limit public speakers to no more than 3 minutes. That is what occurred at the first hearing. Seems like everybody got a chance to talk as they saw fit. However, that is not consistent with your board meeting procedures and guidelines, and that has raised the question, what if someone is not an affected party? In other words, they have not sought and obtained party status, and therefore are cross-examining witnesses and have, I won't say unlimited time, because it's time as set by the docket, but they do wish to represent a group, and a group wants to have a single designated representative, not as an attorney, so to speak, or a party, present. So it is, what I would request is that we amend that line to indicate, or for represented groups of persons who are not established as a party, up to 10 minutes for that representative, consistent with your board meeting rules. So I would just ask you to approve that memorandum of understanding with that change.
Motion to approve the document with that change.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Next item is item number 23, the last item removed from the consent agenda. This is under Tourism Department, and this is a request to approve the remaining fiscal year 2026 event grant program applications for Symphonia Gulf Coast, Mattie Kelly Arts Foundation, and Destin Charity Wine Auctions live auction event. If we recall, there was a list of items. This is an annual promotion that we do, reimbursement grant for marketing for private events that will either get people to come to our community and stay in our accommodations and/or enhance the visitor experience for the people that are here. These were the last three items, or last three events that were being considered. You asked Kelly to go back and relook at them all, and she did, and the recommendation by the TDC was to approve the events. So,
Okay. And who wanted to remove that from the agenda?
I think Tony.
Did you ask to remove that one, number 23, Commissioner Anderson?
Do what?
Did you ask to remove number 23 from the?
No, I did not.
I believe Ms.
I
Harris
only
asked.
asked 5, and I was gonna ask 7, and Ms. Harris asked.
for that.
Okay.
I asked for it because of the public.
Okay. Did you have anything you wanted to say about it? No? Okay.
I just want to say that we were going back and forth, and what was the end result at the TDC? Was
To
that
approve it.
unanimously, 7, whatever? I mean, I don't know, we were just going back and forth. Is it an event? Does it draw bids or heads and beds? Does it? I mean, if there's folks from the audience that want to speak, I'd
Well,
be
we got
glad to
a
listen.
motion, But I think the problem has been from the get-go that these are Okaloosa County organizations. And that was the rub, is that these were promoting events outside of Walton County with Walton County money.
Okay, so that was a discussion that they are put on by a group, you're correct, it's not within Walton County, but the events are within Walton County. They are events that have been going on very long, but we have a history of extending marketing grants to long-term events. There has been some slight revision of the process over the last, certainly over this past year into next year. And then previous to that, there was some score, or how we scored them was changed. After much discussion on this, I asked Kelly Carter to pull the applications as well as the information that is submitted post-event for reimbursement. So all these grants are reimbursement. They have to expend the money, then they have to demonstrate that what they use the money for. Review of that shows that it did produce, I don't want to use the term heads and beds because we don't like that term. It did produce visitors to our area from outside, and it does enhance visitor experience for the people that are either living here or the people that have come here for some other reason. But in most of these events, or all these actually, people do come for this event from out of town. And they stay in our accommodations, and they go to the different parts of the event, and then they go do other stuff in our community, contributing to the economy.
So are we asking the Fox how many hens are in the hen house? Is that how do we get that determination on them
So that
bringing
they-
people from out
So
of
that they
town?
produce receipts. So first they produce, part of the application is the plan of where they intend to spend it. So in this case, it's different publications, it's different flyers they put out at different locations where people would pick those up. And then the information they send in that is part of the confirmation is receipts of where they purchased media buys and publications for the different flyers they produce. Whatever they spent the money on, they have to produce confirmation that they spent that money on that. So they produce a plan, and then they produce evidence that they spent the money on that plan.
Now, is there a spreadsheet that proves this, or is this something that
So
it's done in-house within that entity?
So it's documentation that has to be submitted to the marketing department, Kelly Carter's team. They review it all to verify that it is legitimate, and then they approve the expending of the money, the check.
And these are all businesses in Walton County?
The main sponsor of them is not located in Walton County, but all these events are within Walton County.
I think part of the rub at one point in time is the fact that one of them is called Destin Charity Wine, and it's not in Destin, it's actually held in Walton County, but the name is Destin Charity Wine.
Yes,
Commissioner Anderson?
Madam Chair. Brian, what about the charities? Are there any charities in Walton County receiving money from this?
Yes, sir, I believe there is. I'm going to have Matt come up. Matt Algren with our tourism department is much more intimately knowledgeable than I on this.
This is the reimbursement program, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes, sir. Matt Algren for the record. Happy to answer
Hello.
any questions. Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
So the question on the table, Matt, is with these events, are there
No, with
charities?
this event, the Kelly Wine Festival.
The
thing.
The
Destin
Matty
Charity,
Kelly
yes.
Wine, the Destin Charity Wine Festival?
Is any charity money going to Walton County?
So this event is for their actual live auction where they do the actual auction itself, and then those funds trickle down to a variety of events or charities within Walton County. I think they just did their check presentation. I think it was last week, and they donated $3 million to 13 children's charities.
In Walton County?
Not every one of them is in Walton County, but some of them are in Walton County, yes,
Okay.
sir.
A good bit of them, or?
I'd have to go look. I don't have that off the top of my
Okay.
head.
All right, that's what I wanted to know.
Absolutely.
Any of the other ones, the Symphonia event or the Matty Kelly Arts Foundation, do they have any charity that they?
As far as the charities, I don't know that they have, that they contribute to charities. I know those events that were in the application are all events that are held within Walton County.
I think Symphonia supports Symphonia.
Right, because they have like children's programming, kids programming, musical education programs that they take to the schools that they fund through their events.
Is the Matty Kelly Arts Foundation, is that where they go to Rosemary and Alice Beach in those locations?
So they have events in different locations. It kind of depends on the event that they're doing. Yes, ma'am.
So we're giving these folks marketing funds, and then for events that they charge, I'm sure more than $25-50 to attend. So where does all this money funnel down to, as I just heard the word? I mean, Commissioner Anderson said, or you just said there's 13, entities that they give to, and we're not sure how many of that is in Walton County.
Right, so the
I mean,
funds
to
that-
me, if you want my standpoint, if we're gonna hold something in Walton County and we're gonna help an entity in Walton County, then it needs to help the folks in Walton County. That's just
Well-
my 2 cents.
So that's a good point, but let's not forget that the purpose of this marketing grant is in our interest. We're trying to get people to come to our county, to stay in our accommodations, and/or have a better experience when they get here. The charities are a benefit of those different events. They're not necessarily ours. Well, it's a great idea. I understand where you're coming from. Let's remember the gist of the program, what its purpose is. We're trying to get people to come here to increase that bed tax.
And I don't disagree with that, but I have a problem with, or a concern that the documentation or the proof that's in the pudding is actually, good numbers. I mean, I could sit here and tell you all day long that Dan's Wine Fest brings in 500 people, and I can write it on a piece of paper and give it to you all day long, and what are we gonna do? Just sit there and go, okay? I don't, that's a problem or a concern that I have with that, so.
And I think a point that's important just to acknowledge, just for the good of the group in the conversation, is as part of the recommendation from the TDC was to go back and reevaluate that scoring matrix. So that's something we've been internally working on, that we will be bringing back to the council to reevaluate that matrix of how we score the events.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So if I'm reading this right, it says that 35% of the attendance, and the attendance the last 4 years has been 650. So 35% of that is out of town, out of market attendees. So, that's, I mean, my math can be challenged, I went to Walton, but, 650, 35%, that looks to be 70,
Melissa? you
about
wanna help?
220 out of 650. So how much are we giving them?
So this particular event, their request is $10,000.
So we're spending $10,000 to get about 220 people. Is that fair? So the discussion is whether that's an adequate return on our investment.
Absolutely.
And these are proven numbers.
I think if I remember correctly, the TDC spot checks some of these every year, and this is one of the ones that was spot checked.
Well, according to this document I'm looking at, it says that for the Symphonia Gulf Coast from October of '24 to June of '25, that they did have 76 nights at the Hilton and 62 nights at Hotel Effie and 101 nights at the Courtyard and Marriott Residence Inn and the Hyatt. So for the total tracked number of rooms was 239. That's for the Symphonia.
That's
How
correct.
much are we giving them?
Sinfonia is 25,000.
So we're paying 25,000 for how many room nights?
239.
230 room nights. So, I mean, it's just a business decision.
Absolutely.
Is that a appropriate return on our investment?
And the Mattie Kelly Arts Foundation, its Courtyard Marriott Residence Inn and Hyatt at 78 nights.
And how much are we giving them?
That's 10,000.
10,000 for
Yes, sir.
78 nights?
Yeah, because if you compare that with the other one you just said for 200 nights.
I think in the future, we need to establish a formula for reimbursement based on success rates. And then it goes back to the accountability component of this. So if someone can generate 500, that they can prove and document that they generate 500 night stays here, then we create a formula where we reimburse them for marketing dollars, and then there's something in it for both of us.
Yeah, and I think all of these are going to be part of the conversations we have as we go forward and look at, what do we need to reevaluate with the program? What changes do we need to make, and what does that look like? I think that's all part of the conversation.
I would say too, I mean, we've beat this horse dead, bloody, and we need to decide one way or the other today. This don't need to drag out anymore. So,
I would like to say on the Destin Wine Festival, that it does say in here that in 2025, it brought in 169 rooms through to Walton County. It brought in $3.1 million distributed between the 17 local charities, children's charities, which are Okaloosa and Walton, I think. And then using the $25 charitable market or multiplier, the auction generated $77.5 million positive dollars for the economic impact in Walton County. So it seems like the Charity Wine Festival does bring back
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
to the area.
Certainly.
Well, I go back to what Brian said. Is this about heads and beds, or is this about charity to the county? I mean,
Well, for us,
so
I
it's
mean-
both. It's not one or the other.
Right.
Well, for us, it's tourist development tax dollars that were put into a program to promote events that would do two things for us. And that is put people in accommodations to generate tourist development tax, enhance the visitor experience. The bonus is the amount of money that they spend outside of their visit to the wine fest. It's the other stuff they do when they get here that drives our total economic engine of short-term rentals, restaurants, entertainment, retail, and all that.
Well, I just want to make sure because it sounded like we were focusing on bringing folks from out of town to spend money in Walton County for that entity, not for charity, not for in-house charity.
So I believe that
Folks.
that's their bonus, is
Okay.
they
Well,
do.
we're using it as justification. That's why I'm asking.
I don't think,
We're not.
at the risk of Matt and Brian throwing things at me, I think, heads and beds is what it's supposed to be about. We're using tourist tax dollars. The justification for tourist tax dollars is to put heads in beds, whether you like that line or not.
And restaurants.
And
But-
restaurants, I mean,
But also,
To
but
drive,
if you got heads in beds, you got restaurants, gas stations, there's a lot of other
Stores, shopping.
ancillary,
It's the whole ecosystem.
expenditures that help our economy. But that's the goal.
Mhm.
We wouldn't charge a tourist development tax if it wasn't to help the tourist industry. That's the only justification. And in my opinion, the charity stuff and all that is a benefit, but it is not the driver.
right.
And so, you know, if we think this is a good economic driver, it's a wise choice to spend our tourist dollars on these things. If we don't think that, then we need to tell them no. But we
Correct.
need to do it today.
I'd like to tell you some of the charities that are benefited by this. The Boys and Girls Club of the Emerald Coast, Caring and Sharing of South Walton, Children's Home Society of Florida, Children in Crisis, Children's Volunteer Health Network, Ellison McCraney Ingram Foundation, Emerald Coast Autism Center, Emerald Coast Children's Advocacy Center, Habitat for Humanity of Walton County, Mental Health Association of Okaloosa and Walton Counties, Opportunity Place, Point Washington Medical Clinic, the Ascension Sacred Heart Emerald Coast, Shelter House Domestic Violence Center, the Ark of the Emerald Coast, Weston Wood Ranch, and Youth Village. So there's a lot of it that is absolutely in Walton County.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And if this was like our discretion, that we paid 21 people that signed up for nonprofits, if this was a nonprofit thing, I'd be all on board on every one of those. That's fantastic. But as we're sitting there talking about, it's tourist development, it's tourist money, it's tourist, you know, it's geared that way towards your hotels. Like we said over here, you know, the charity thing, I get it. It's a bonus. But, you know, I don't need that to be the justification driver, because that is heads in beds. Just, I mean, we're going through each charity just a minute ago. How many did they bring? Oh, 200. Oh, 79. Oh, you know, so we're using the heads in beds as the driver. I get the charity as the bonus. I get it. That's the icing on the cake, and that's fantastic. But this isn't the nonprofit purview that we spent, you know, a whole meeting on. This is a whole different, I guess, bone to pick, so.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a program that's been established to do this. And there's criteria for the applicants to meet. They don't even get considered if they don't meet the criteria, and then they spend their money, and then they have to submit the justification that they spent the money within their plan and within accordance with the criteria. How much was it originally? 700K, and then we
700,000,
cut it
yes,
down to
sir.
500K?
Correct.
And all of these are in Walton County.
All of the events are in Walton County, yes, sir.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm kind of like Commissioner Gladwell. I think we need to decide rather quickly, right or wrong, or I'm going to need one of those mental health facilities.
Well, you all somebody needs to make a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any comments from the audience? Bob?
Bob Brooke, B-R-O-O-K-E. Excuse me. It seems to me that it might be easier if you make these grants conditional upon repayment. I guess you wouldn't call them grants in that sense. But put the money up in advance. I don't see these as being charitable in the strictest sense of it. If they make a lot of money, fine, let them reimburse the county after the fact, but make the agreement contingent on reimbursement. And that way you don't have to worry about this other issue about, that we're concerned about as to where the money's going or not going, or whether we're spending the money on the right thing. It's simply a reimbursement of a advance, so to speak. That's what I would suggest.
Actually, and
Bob?
Matt or Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't advance them anything. They spend the money and then submit receipts, and we reimburse them for marketing costs. So
Yeah,
there's no,
It's a 100% reimbursable grant
Yeah.
after you've proved that you have spent the money in compliance with the program requirements and the plan that you submitted.
Well, then it seems to me that the county doesn't have any business being involved in it.
Well, the Board of
That-
County Commissioners has to approve the expenditures of all the TDT.
Well, I mean, there shouldn't be the money that's raised for the county.
Pardon me?
The money that's being raised for the county shouldn't be going into this type of an event. If they raise enough money to pay for it, there's no reason I can see why the county should be paying for it. Why
So
don't we just let
what's
them
the-
pay for it? If they've raised enough money, why do they have to reimburse you after the fact? They know how much money they've got. And apparently these at least they advertise, make lots of money for themselves, for their charitable purposes. I just don't see any reason why you ought to be advancing them anything if it's an after the fact thing. And
So like I say,
the money's
our-
already been made, raised,
so-
and the payments have been made.
Right, so our interest is in, piggybacking may not be the best word, but going along with them, with the event that they do, that we understand will help draw people to come into our community to rent accommodations and to spend money on food and entertainment, thus driving the economic engine that we call tourism. And so we feel compelled that the grant money or this grant program does that. It's us kind of saying, hey, you got a good event, or you have another part of this program is to help promote new events that may not be able to get started up as quickly as they could or would like to. We help them along because we understand that our economic engine, we call tourism, benefits from us helping them promote themselves. So what they do is they say, we'd like to apply for this reimbursable grant. We understand the criteria. Here's the plan. We intend to spend money, marketing money. The marketing team for the Visit South Walton says, yep, you've met the criteria. They go and spend their own money, and then they have to prove to us that they spent the money within accordance with the plan they submitted. But our interest is in getting the people to come to the community to spend money, which is the economic engine.
Do you think that they would not hold these events if you didn't advance this amount of money to them? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's just an expense for them to hold their event, and they may as well pay it themselves.
No,
I don't see why the county should be
well-
involved in it at all.
Well,
Mr. Brook, it's marketing expenses. It doesn't underwrite the overall event. It's for the marketing. So, for example, maybe to address your point is that if we do develop a way to run the numbers, get the math right, and we recognize that there's a positive economic benefit that the county enjoys by being in a partnership with these entities. So let's say that if we're convinced that $1 invested in these charitable organizations is $1 returned to us plus a little bit more, then there's value in that. Now, where our interest is in keeping the program alive is if they say, okay, well, you know what, we've enjoyed being in Walton County for 20 years, but we think we're going to go to Navarre Beach. And we're like, well, we really don't want to lose you because there's a partnership where we're investing $1 in and we're getting $1 back plus more. We don't want to lose that because then we're foregoing a benefit. So that's the purpose of this program, is to keep that interest mutually beneficial to both parties, to the county, our brand, the charitable organizations. We like the fact that people that do good work and give back choose Walton County as their location to provide that service or to host that event, because it helps our overall collective brand. Because when we think about Visit Walton County, Visit South Walton, you think beach, golf course, maybe one of these events. So that's the purpose of it, is to like continue to keep that strong branding for our area. And if we can, and if like good points have been made, is like if we're only getting 240 rooms out of it, and then you run the numbers at $200 a night, you're getting like up close to $40-something thousand, and then you calculate the bed tax, and maybe that number's only like $2,500, and then we invested 10. Well, then we know that we gotta recalibrate the math, the formula, to get that to where you're back to a 1-to-1 plus a little bit more, if that makes sense.
Well, I can see you need to do some accounting on this or some calculations of what the return on the investment is, but I don't see a $10,000 reduction in their, or an increase in their expenses to conduct these events, anything that would cause them to move them out of this venue to another venue. It just doesn't make, that doesn't make any sense to me, doesn't hold any water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Brooke, it is nice to see you back here again. We've missed you.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris?
Y'all seem to be getting a little
Name.
mixed up. So the
State
destined.
your name, please.
Suzanne Harris.
Thank
I
you.
thought I just had to do it once. Sorry, Loretta. The Destin Charity Wine Auction is the best thing that happens in Walton County. It brings tons of people in. Edgewater rents lots of units. The TDC rents a lot of things. The TDC has never, the council, and I go to almost all of them, unless my husband's in the hospital, they never had a problem with Destin Charity Wine. Tiffany's on that board. I've talked to 2 people on the board. All we ever asked was not to not give them money. All we ever asked was, and I've talked to Clay about this at least 10 times, and Clay has talked to them about it. We just wanted it to just say Destin / Beaches of South Walton Charity Wine Festival. That's all we asked for, and they're not opposed to even doing that. They're already talking about that we had a good idea, and that they don't ask for much money because they don't usually get it, because they wouldn't get as much, because it doesn't say that. So all we've asked for them was not to cut their money or anything. What we really asked from them was, could you just make it Destin / Beaches of South Walton? Because people come to the Beaches of South Walton for that wine festival. And Clay, you might, when I get through, you might explain about the person you talked to that wanted to know why we didn't have one down here. And so that's it. Now the symphony is a whole different deal. Alice Beach, the symphony plays at Alice Beach. It is a free concert. Alice Beach pays for it. They pay the entire amount to the symphony. So if somebody else is paying the symphony to put a free concert on at Alice Beach, I don't understand why we're giving them money. And if Seaside pays for a concert at Seaside, and they pay 100% of what the symphony charges them, I don't understand why we're giving them money for that. And if Rosemary Beach pays for a free concert, and people can go. Now, I'm telling you, I'd like to see the advertisement on these, because this thing fills up with Alice Beach people and Seaside people. So some of these things, the wine festival certainly deserves more money than they're getting. But also, Matt, when I listened to all the names Donna read out about room nights at the Hilton, the FN, this and that and the other, Sandestin gets a discount off of their bed tax if they rent 10 rooms or more. Is that correct, Matt? Well, that's what I was told by Tiffany, who's done all the books for y'all. They get a discount. If I rent 10 rooms or more, if I rent 15 rooms for a wedding, I pay the full amount of bed tax, but Sandestin doesn't. I don't know if there's anyone else that doesn't, but Sandestin
I
doesn't.
have a question for you.
Then you stop my clock.
Your clock is already over. You're 19
Oh,
seconds over.
okay, well, good, I'll just keep going I get 3 more minutes.
No. The question to you is, you're saying that the Symphonia events are the ones that are at Alice, not the Mattie Kelly Arts Foundation events? Is that
The-
right?
When Symphony has a concert at Alice Beach, it is paid for 100% by Alice Beach. When they have a concert at Rosemary, it's paid for 100% by Rosemary. Now, if they have a concert at Seaside, it's paid by the merchants at Seaside.
So the Mattie Kelly Arts Foundation, which one is that? How is that different? Which one, do you know which one that one is?
Matt, can you explain the difference to Don?
Well,
Because I was under the impression that the Mattie Kelly was the one that you were talking about, that it was at Alice and Rosemary and et cetera, but possibly not.
Tell her the difference between the Mattie Kelly and the ones that go on at Alice and
And the
Rosemary.
Symphonia. Because the Symphonia, I thought, was the crescendo.
So Crescendo is one of the events that Sinfonia does. They do
Okay.
multiple events.
So is it the Mattie Kelly ones that go to Alice and,
So Mattie Kelly does multiple events as well. I believe the ones that they are looking for funding on are an Artful Dining Series, something called Arts Reach, an Arts Guild Lunch, and a Bourbon and Blue Dog event at Churchill Oaks is what they're specifically asking for.
And what's the total amount that the symphony has asked for this year? The
Syn-
total for all
Sinfonia
events,
total is 25,000.
for every event?
Yes, ma'am.
All totaled up?
Yes, ma'am. Sinfonia is 25, Mattie Kelly 10, Destin Charity Wine Auction Foundation 10.
so we're fine with the Destin Charity Wine Auction, and they do need to change their name, and I was under the impression they're gonna do that next year. Is that your impression?
We've been having conversations about how they will go about branding and better recognition of both the title of the event as well as where they host events. So if you have Harvest Wine Festival and it's in Seaside, it's in Rosemary, wherever they're located, it's gonna be a little better branding is what I understand. Matt's nodding feverishly, so I won't make him come back up to the podium, but that is what we have been discussing.
So, Ms. Harris, what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that we do not fund the Mattie Kelly Arts or the Symphonia?
Actually, I don't think you ought to be funding either one of them. I don't think the Blue Dog thing brings 25 people here, and I think most of them are local, that live out there at Churchill Oaks. The Blue Dog thing, the money goes to pay the woman whose husband painted the Blue Dog to come. That's what it's for. And it's for raise money for them. That's what it's for. They're fundraising for their benefit. But when I hear about their fundraising, now if it's the wine festival putting the beds at Sandestin, that's great. I think that's wonderful. I don't think anybody should get a discount off the bed tax unless everybody knows it. That is a problem for me. When I found that out, I was extremely upset. But some of the bed taxers, like Jenny Daly and them, they've known this, that Sandestin got a deal. I asked Jenny if she got it, and she said no. So I just think the symphony, I don't think anybody can prove, Matt, that for the Alice Beach concert, how many people came for that? I don't think you can prove, because Alice Beach is gonna fill that concert space up by themselves, so is Seaside.
Right.
The Destin Charity Wine Auction probably deserves more, because it brings a ton of out-of-town people in here. But I think we have a lot of problems with this giveaway program. But the symphony, in my opinion, it should not be funded. That money should go to Mattie Kelly, because it does bring a ton of tourists in here.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm about to have a fit over here.
Okay.
I want to hear about this. Who authorized somebody to cut the bed tax for anybody?
Let's verify that before we start
Well, that's
talking
what
about it. I
We'll
mean,
get with the clerk of court and address those issues.
yeah.
There shouldn't, but first of all, there shouldn't be any discount without this board approving it. And second of all, there shouldn't be no discount period unless everybody gets it. That's ridiculous. I wanna know about
so
that.
I
Well,
think
when the, Tiffany Daly, Jenny's daughter, is the treasurer for the TDC. And when she met with some of their staff, that's how she found out, when she was asking questions this year to Matt's staff. That's how she found out about it, because she didn't know anything about it either.
I wanna know if that's true or not.
we're gonna find out, but,
Okay.
but we're not the collector. The clerk of court is the
Yeah, but we
collector of
gotta
tax.
authorize, you can't just cut the
No,
bed tax
I-
out as
well, I-
authorized.
So I say let's go to the horse's mouth and let's find out the truth.
Well, that's what I'm asking,
We will.
cause I've never heard
We-
anything like that
we're
before.
going to.
but
We
We've
that's
will look
already-
into that, we will
We've got
find
it
out.
written down right now, but
We will find out. If we get a response before the end of this,
And I
we'll
don't
let
mean
you
to
know.
be, but that makes me mad. I mean, that's not fair for one person to get it, not everybody.
let's make sure that we're speaking
And for
accurately.
10 places, 10 beds?
Let's make sure what the truth is before we get upset.
Oh, I'm already upset.
I know, that I can tell.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
think about giving Destin Charity Wine more, because they bring a lot of people here, and they give them money to the people that need it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's the first I heard of it.
Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve it. Any other comment from the board?
I don't want to approve it as is. I mean, I have a lot of back and forth. I know there's a motion and a second, so.
I was the one who took these off to start with, because I wanted them to be in Walton County. And I'm not really happy with how it is, but at this late date, we need to either approve it or deny it, an up or down vote. And so I made the motion to approve it, because while it ain't perfect, next year, I'm hoping we'll do a better job. But we need to get this off our plate, so that's why but I still wanna know about this Sandestin thing.
We're on.
Okay.
Gonna find that out.
Any more comment before we vote? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
4-1. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chairman, the next item is number 24. This is the start of our regular agenda. It's our engineering department. Chance Powell is going to present.
Hello, item 24 is Chance Powell, Walton County Engineering. This is a request to approve on engineering and public works to apply for a development order for the Mossy Head Modular Clinic to be located on the Frank Masca Drive. This is parcel ID number 22 3 North 21 37,000 0120010, and approve the public works to do the site preparation for the modular clinic. This is right there as you enter into the Mossy Head Elementary School off Highway 90.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment from the board? Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Chance.
Next item is item number 25. Melinda Gates will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Melinda Gates, for the record, I am actually representing the Estuary program at this time, so the Choctawhatchee Bay Estuary program. On your agenda, you have a resolution for the week of this week. It's September 20th through the 27th as National Estuary Week. So I wanted to come before you and first off, thank you for all your support with every initiative that we do with the bay and the river. And the support that Commissioner Curry provides with the coalition. Those are huge initiatives that we try to move forward with partners all across the watershed. So what this resolution helps us do is just reiterate the importance of our bay and the initiatives that we're moving forward. During this week, we've planned a couple of just education and outreach. On this past Saturday, there was several partners who were involved with international coastal cleanup activities that were going on. A couple weeks ago, we had some upper river cleanups that were happening with the Choctawhatchee Rivers Keepers. And then this Saturday, we also have a partnership with the Choctawhatchee Basin Alliance for Bay Day, which is a family event over at Rocky Bayou State Park. So With that, I respectfully request an approval of the resolution to deem this week National
Motion to
Estuary.
approve.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Yes, yes, ma'am. Margaret?
Hi, Margaret Landry. Thank you, and I just want to say one thing. I think that's, the Bay is an important economic resource. I think we all know that. And I just want to remind this board, and I know you're probably going to roll your eyes, but each development that is approved on the Bay impacts water quality of the Bay. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that while we were celebrating something like this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Appreciate that and agree with you completely. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Motion
item number
passes.
26, Ms. Thomason.
Our next item is a request to approve the refund of mobility fees collected prior to Senate Bill 180. If you'll remember, at the July 8th meeting, the board approved to suspend enforcement of the ordinances that were affected by Senate Bill 180. And so we are requesting today that the board approve refund of the fees collected prior to that bill becoming state law so that finance can go ahead and start processing those.
Motion to approve reluctantly.
I don't care for Senate Bill 180, but it's something we have to do, so I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. We have no choice in this matter, do we?
Not that I know of.
No, ma'am. The effect of Senate Bill 180 was to declare because of the date this was passed, to declare it void ab initio. It means it never existed, therefore the fees were never validly collected, so we have no choice.
Thank you. Mr. Roark?
So my only question is, you used the word prior. Why are we doing this before we have to, understanding that there are many counties and many other organizations that are entering into litigation? And, I may be the one that doesn't know anything, but I still don't understand why we're not part of that litigation, why we're not standing up for ourselves. To Mr. Anderson's point, he doesn't like it. So why are we not fighting it? Can someone explain?
I'll be glad to, Madam Chair.
We're freeloading.
You're freeloading.
Yeah, somebody
Oh,
else
you're
is
on the, okay, I get you.
picking up the tab, we could
Yeah,
reap
they-
the benefit.
That's exactly right. The county could spend taxpayers'
So why
money
do it?
to join into litigation that if it prevails on a facial constitutional challenge of the statute, and I'm not going to weigh in on whether there's a great chance of success there or not, but should there be a constitutional challenge, a single subject challenge that is successful, the bill goes away on its face. But the effect of the bill doesn't re-implement anything that was undone. And even if the legislature comes back and changes the bill, the legislature lacks the authority after it's wiped out our local ordinances to say we reenact all those. It will be on this board to reenact them later. So as it pertains to these fees, every minute we hold on to one of these fees subjects us under a recent U.S. Supreme Court's decision that it declared that impact fees do constitute takings subject to the United States Constitution, and if they are not properly implemented, can be unconstitutional takings. So the board, by failing to take this action, just continues to subject itself to more and more exposure in litigation, just to try to hold on to these fees, versus letting this process play out, determining whether we need to re-implement the mobility fee, whether we need to implement something else, whether we wish to do so or not will be the board's call post Senate Bill 180, whatever happens. I will say, to the extent that there are any unique causes of action, Walton County is not so uniquely situated relative to these storms that we have a one-off cause of action or one-off claim that applies solely to Walton County. If we did, we might be advancing it, but the board's decision, or at least previously, has been to work through our lobbying team with our state representatives to make sure that we see changes to 180 and relief to allow us to continue to govern from this dais rather than from Tallahassee, as opposed to being in litigation for an extended and protracted period of time. The other part that I'll just put on the record, with any statutory challenge, the legislature has a right to cure defects in legislation passed by readopting it the following year. And if they choose to do so, they can wipe out any of the deficiencies while this litigation's pending, moot litigation, and the law firm we just sent a bunch of money to would say, well, sorry, guys, they beat us. And we just have to say, well, thank you for whatever you did. And I'll be candid, I can't recommend that to this board, given the advice of our lobbyist and given what I know the claims are, and know that if one of them prevails, Commissioner Drake's right, we're gonna ride for free rather than ride for cost.
Well, I like that approach, and thank you, Mr. Drake, for saying that, putting it on record. But my question really goes back to, you're saying the word prior to what date? I don't, what's the date?
24.
So Senate Bill 180 is retroactive in nature, Mr. Roark. So what happens is, from the date it went into effect backwards to August 1 of 2024, which is the retroactivity date in the bill, anything collected between 8/1/2024 and the effective date of Senate Bill 180, when we stopped collecting fees, is what we're refunding. We didn't collect anything after 180 went into effect.
Okay, so that was the definition I was trying to look for.
That's why it's
Because
prior.
because I don't have an issue with going through the work activities to relieve the stress from the CFO's work team to get ready, but hold the funds until we have to release them, rather than just release them, because once you give me money, just like, I owned a management company, we all have a lot of rental properties. Once you increase the fee for a cleaner for some period of time, you're never gonna go down, you're never gonna get that money back. So once we give that money back, we're never gonna see it again. So that's.
But legally, we aren't allowed to have that money in our account right now.
As it stands with the current 180.
The moment 180 was passed, our ordinance became void ab initio, and under the Florida Impact Fee Act, which is not subject to constitutional challenge right now, we have to have a valid basis to enact, and we have to enact an ordinance to do so. So unfortunately, those two statutes working in tandem cut us off at the knees.
Okay. So how did this, and maybe directed to Melissa in the CFO portion, impact our budget discussions that we had? So what's the total dollar figure again we have to get back?
It's about $1.5 million. However, it was not included in the budget because those are project-specific, and we were incorporating those into the 5-year plan.
Okay.
And those are segregated funds, Mr. Roark. Impact fees have to be held in separate segregated accounts, so they were never in general fund. You would not see it as a line item in the budget that we had to remove.
But
And the Florida Association of Counties is also working to argue this bill and to try to fix it and have it mean what it actually was meant to mean to begin with, which was to fast forward how homes that were destroyed by hurricanes or damaged by hurricanes. That was the whole point of it. It just kind of got out of line, and so they're hoping that we'll be able to get it back to focus on what it was supposed to be.
Ms. Thomason, that, holding on to those funds when we have no legal reason to have them, that could also have a negative impact on our audit, could it not?
It could, and that's one of the reasons you're seeing this today. We'd like to get this started before the end of the fiscal year and get it cleared up.
Well, you answered my questions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second reluctantly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Melissa, do you want to address number 31? Or was that already taken care of?
Go ahead, please.
All right, our next item will be number 31. We were scheduled to hold a public hearing regarding an ordinance providing a levy against the hospital related to those low-income pool funds. And in going through this process, this has ran differently than in prior years, and we have found that the levy, the IGTs, were levied against hospitals earlier in the year, and there's already been sufficient funds raised for that program. So the hospital is able to participate in it, from what we can tell, but if they are eligible, they will get the funding, and the board does not have to hold the public hearing and pass the ordinance and resolution for the IGT. There will be a letter of agreement that should be coming in the next week that will need to be approved by the board, but as for today, we do not need to have the public hearing.
Thank you. Okay, Clay, I believe it's yours.
Thank you. Item 27, I'm requesting to schedule and advertise to hold a public hearing to consider an ordinance related to building department codes and fees, as stated in the agenda.
Motion to approve and advertise.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment from the board? Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 28 is a request to schedule and advertise a public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 10, which deals with fire prevention and inspection.
Motion to approve and schedule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board?
I do have one.
Okay.
Clay, is there, and I know I brought this up a while back, was the ordinance that I brought to the table that was sitting on somebody's desk forever, is this part of that, or is this something different?
Yeah, this is basically it.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
This is pretty much the same thing that you discussed at the same time with some updates to it.
I'm just updating my bucket list, thanks.
Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. I believe you have one more.
Yeah, well, I actually have two more. I'm going to take my ad at this time, just to go ahead and get it out of the way before I forget it. Is that I am requesting the board, I'm advising the board pursuant to 286.011 Florida statute, that I am in need of the board's advice considering certain litigation Walton County is in with the Teresa L. Tolbert Revocable Trust and Joseph Strauss against Walton County and BT, Florida, Walton County Circuit Court case that we've been in litigation in since 2022. I am requesting permission to schedule and hold a special meeting for an executive session on that to receive your advice concerning litigation and the type of expenses to be incurred.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Now, 29 will be my last item. Board, you previously adopted ordinance 25-10, which was the county administrator's ordinance. As part of that ordinance, it provided that the board, consistent with verbiage similar to Florida statute and consistent with several other counties in the state of Florida, has reserved unto itself the right to confirm department heads. Those department heads were not specified in the ordinance by this board's request and intent, and said it would be brought back through resolution which department heads you wished to actually confirm. So with that being said, it's here for you for discussion. I'll turn it over to Brian as your county administrator if he has any comments. I will gladly offer any observations you want, because I looked at a whole lot of different counties and the way they do this and the way they don't, but ultimately, I think it's a conversation between you and your county administrator.
Right, so,
Okay.
thank you, Clay, explained it very well. Like you said, this is the last part of that confirmation process. From the June 23rd action you took, I went and got the org chart, and then I made a list. It is very similar to a March action that you took to recognize or understand which department heads had already been confirmed. All right, so that'd be the existing people that are employed now that have been confirmed. That was a March 12th, I believe, action you took just to make sure it was. So my interest is in being able to fill some key positions that are vacant right now. Two of them being people that work directly with, will work directly with me. That's Deputy County Administrator and the Assistant County Administrator. And then there's a couple of key department heads, or directors as we call them, that are vacant right now. That is Beach Operations Director, my former job, and the Planning Department Director. And so in order to, for me to work effectively in what you've asked me to do, which is keep the county government moving in the right direction, I need to fill those, and to fill those, I need to know who you would like to consider as a director or department head worthy of confirmation.
Okay, go ahead.
This is kind of a mesh of all the investigation that you guys have done with other counties, and then you went back, so this is the end product, correct?
I actually gave you a full-blown list because I didn't want to hold back. It's up to you. The board adopted a process, and you left it open that you would identify the people worthy of confirmation, you would do it by resolution. So I offer up a list of all the people that met what I felt was, met the definition of department head or director. But I would like for y'all to do what you think is appropriate as to how you would like to be involved in either confirming or not having to confirm key personnel in the county government organizational chart.
Well, I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, but I think that, is the TDC director, is that the executive director that we're going to be looking for? I think that needs to be up there with the other three that answer to the board. That's just my opinion.
Absolutely.
So
And
that,
we're
Absolutely
before.
disagree with that. I think that position should answer to the county administrator. And I would make a motion that we institute the confirmation process on those who are in yellow, and so we can move forward.
Can I make a substitute motion right at this point?
Depends on what it is. If it's to adjust the org chart in terms of the adding of TDC director, unfortunately, that having been on the agenda, I think that has to be heard on another day. So if I'm guessing correctly where you made me go with that.
Where was the TDC director in prior years?
Under the board.
Up until 2021.
Well, we haven't had an executive since 2021.
yeah, in
So
2021.
why would we change, wouldn't we have to have this on the agenda to change it to go under the county administrator?
So the executive director position was added with the 2026 budget, arguably last night, when the budget was approved. It starts October 1st. I intend to do a revision to the org chart. At that point, it would be a decision that y'all would do. I think, I mean, we have adopted the budget, but the budget's really not effective till October 1.
Correct.
And so right now, we operate off that org chart. Keep in mind, you set this up to do it by resolution. So at any time in the future, if there is a desire to change who you would like to confirm or who you would like not to confirm, obviously you can always reorganize the organization chart, but you can always do it any chance you want to.
I don't have a problem with anything on there, but I just feel the TDC director ought to answer to us, so.
Well, and if, because the executive director is a position that has now been budgeted, the county go to work on advertising that position as part of the budget when it's effective. At that point in time, this org chart is superseded by that in the space. So you're not approving something today that fixes it under this or does
Right.
not. Your action may won't affect that one way or the other.
When would be the appropriate time to discuss that TDC?
We'll have it at the next meeting for your discussion. How about that?
Thank you, appreciate it.
I just want to make sure it's on the agenda because we're talking about making someone a direct hire on board.
Well, then I'll second Commissioner Gladwell's
You're
motion.
saying all the yellow ones? So we have a motion and a second to accept it with all the yellow ones that he's got listed on here. I don't know if you all can see that or not. I almost think that's too many. I almost think that the housing director, the library director, the extension director, that should be something that the county administrator should be able to do. I think that the code compliance director, yes. The beach operations director, yes. The director of planning, yes. And then the assistant county administrator, director of emergency management, the ones in that top row, director of public works, I think yes, but I
Well,
think that we're getting too much in the weeds with some of those.
There's now the library director and the Veterans Services, and I mean, those are positions I think should be confirmed. I don't think the purchasing director should be confirmed. I don't think the budget director, and I don't think the assistant county administrator should be confirmed. But what I was aiming at was trying to get the process started. As Mr. Kellenberger pointed out, this is by resolution, so it can be changed after we see how it works. But
Well, what
I
about,
was-
can you remove the ones you just mentioned?
I could amend the motion and And, I'll remove the purchasing director, the budget director, the assistant county administrator, and,
Can I ask a question?
the housing director.
Okay.
Well, let's
The
get the
extension
amended
director.
second. Let's get the amended second.
Okay.
and then-
So that, the motion that he just made is everything in yellow that's on this list with the exception of the purchasing director,
The
bud-
budget director.
the budget
The
director,
extension director,
the
I can't see
extension
any of
director,
this.
the,
assistant.
housing director, the assistant county administrator, and leave everything else.
Okay. That's 5 of those.
That's
Okay,
down to 18, which is
Okay.
more manageable.
right.
But he's gotta-
Commissioner,
he's gotta adapt
did
to
you
say-
have did you
Well,
want to change your second?
I mean, we just went through where, and hopefully, Brian doesn't have any more accidents, but, you know, I think that deputy county administrator probably needs to be confirmed because, you know, if
Deputy's
he's.
still on there, it's the assistant.
Okay, well,
It's the third.
oh, it's the third in line?
Right.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm sorry.
So that would remove those 5.
I'll amend my second.
Okay. Commissioner Drake?
Question for Mr. Kellenberger. I know that your job is to carry out the wishes of the board. And so, but from an advisory standpoint, I want to ask you an honest question. Is this the most efficient way to allow you to do your job?
No, sir, it's probably not, but you adopted a process where you agreed amongst yourself that you wanted to have a confirmation process for what was labeled as department heads and directors. And so I felt compelled to give you, out of our organizational chart, people that had those titles. And I fully expected there to be discussion today to say, thank you, Mr. Kellenberger, for offering up anybody and everybody that has that type of title. But we feel that that may hinder you or hamper you, and we're going to cut it down. But what I do need to do is there is three key positions that need to be filled, and we are actively interviewing for those or have interviewed for them. And for me to be productive and successful in this seat, I need to have some sort of decision today that helps me move forward in hiring people.
Those 3 are planning, the
Beach
deputy,
Beach
and beach
Operations
ops.
Director, Deputy County Administrator, and the Planning Director.
But see, I look at this like, just like we all have assistants. We all have, each one of us has an assistant that works for us that's not, that doesn't report to you, and we get to choose who they want. And it doesn't matter whether there's disagreement among the board, whether on hiring that person, or whether you want us to hire that person because they're our office assistant. I want you to have that same flexibility. I don't care who the county administrator is. I mean, because I know that position as county administrator has been controversial politically in the past. All right, we're past that. I want to get back to the policy decision that we have to make on how best to implement a process and procedures to allow you to do your job. And it's just like, different forms of municipal government. Sometimes you have a strong mayor, sometimes you have a weak mayor based on the structure. And I watch that play out in, city after city after city, and it's bizarre at times. I feel like that the 5 of us, we should fight it out on who the county administrator, which we have done. And then once that decision is made, we need to empower you to do your job and make you a strong county administrator. Because now we've got, and Commissioner Johns, you were on to something, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, plus the ones, 18 reasons for us to stick our tentacles in you and try to complicate and murk up your ability to do your job. So, I mean, I disagree. Look, we fought it out on the position of county administrator. I was on the losing side of that argument. We've moved on. You're the guy. I want you to make these decisions. And then the question I have, Clay, is give me the legal reason. We're based after the grand jury's report that they submitted and asked, and it provided direction for our governance purposes. We're a non-charter county.
Correct.
So as a non-charter county, the statutes that address charter counties and the public administrator position in particular does not apply to us. So if we don't fall under that statute, how do we, give me that legal mumbo jumbo reason why we can choose to somewhat get into the day-to-day through this side door method here?
Okay, absolutely. Glad to say it. First off, the 125 Part 3 section of the statute that we're dealing with applies in situations of non-charter county government. Charter county, this would be part of your charter. So this would apply if it is adopted by ordinance. Now, when we wrote the ordinance, I was very clear when we wrote this ordinance that we were adopting that ordinance under our home rule power, and while we very closely tracked many parts of 125, we expressly did not adopt 125 in full to allow this board, under its home rule authority, to make certain changes about how far it would go into certain areas. So, now to day-to-day. Let's get to that point. The grand jury's report was very clear. Individual commissioners should not be involved in day-to-day activities. The conceit of that is that you, or any of the other four up here, should not go to one of Melissa's subordinates, go to Devin and say, Devin, I want the budget to look like this, you better do it, or I'm gonna fire you. That's day-to-day. This, whatever you do up here at this table, when you set policy, is inherently not day-to-day activity.
Okay, I understand. So you've answered my question. I gotta put my foot in the ground and say that I just disagree with adding the duplicity and the bureaucracy into the county administrator's position. And I support a strong county administrator government. That way, if we feel like he's failing us, then, we'd make an adjustment, but I just don't, and even if I lose this argument at a minimum, I don't think there should be but like maybe 2 or 3 people that have to go through a confirmation process, but I just.
Can we get back up to the top of the screen for a second? Just for.
And also back to us having staff, we got to choose those people. And it's just like, when someone gets elected to public office, whether it's at, a regional legislative level or whether it's at a statewide level, they get to choose their team. Or if a new CEO takes over an organization, Mr. Roark, you can probably speak to this, when you had a change of the command at CEO at Bank of America, you'd see a lot of shifting take place. Or if you had a merger that took place, it was because the head of the organization wants to put his team in there, the people that they're comfortable working around, that can carry out the wishes of the organization. I think we should support that. I feel like getting involved on all these side levels, it creates an inefficient structure.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Glidewell? Oh, did you?
I actually agree with Commissioner Drake.
Somebody make, Rheta, put that on the record.
That's 2 days in a row, sir.
But now let me say why that I made the motion I made. I thought, and reflecting back on the numerous times we have talked about this, that the majority of the board wanted to have a confirmation process, and I'm willing to go along with that if that's what y'all want. But if the majority would like to have no confirmation process, I'm perfectly happy with that, because I agree with Commissioner Drake. It's sort of I think the county administrator should pick who he wants to pick, but I think, and if y'all feel that way, I'll withdraw my motion and make a separate motion.
Let's hear what Commissioner Curry has to say.
Well, and write this down too, Commissioner Drake. I'm going to agree with you on something that you said.
Loretta,
Yeah.
working overtime today.
And that's officially 2 days in a row that I'm hand in hand with Mr. Drake, or Commissioner Drake. We actually didn't, from my recollection, especially when I brought this up to begin with the confirmation process. We didn't have a confirmation process. We hired somebody and they were in the system getting a paycheck and then came before the board to be confirmed. To me, that's not a confirmation process, that's a christening. But we follow, and this is where I'm gonna agree with Commissioner Drake, is it was political. We followed 125-74 when it sided with the majority. And then we didn't follow 125-74 when it didn't follow the majority. This is a good step in the right direction. Do we need to compromise on how many? Absolutely. That's why I changed my second. If we want to condense that down a little bit more, great, but I think this is a great step because ultimately, the 5 of us are responsible for everything in this county. I can't say that if I'm not going to confirm some of these folks, you know, if you're going to have a confirmation process. You know, if you're not going to have a confirmation process, and now with SB 180 and all this other stuff, and you know, why are we even up here? Let's just elect a county administrator, and the rest of us go home.
Okay, thank you.
So.
I have a question.
I have something.
Brian?
too.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask Brian Kellenberger, what is your desire?
So the contract that I signed and the ordinance that was amended, or revised and amended concerning the county administration has verbiage that I am in charge of the rest of the county. Y'all hire me, Melissa and Clay. I've always considered Melissa's in charge of the people that's under her office, and Clay's in charge of people under his office. And then after that, everybody else works with me. And so I'm comfortable if y'all would like to trust me to make good decisions. Obviously, you've decided to do that. You voted to put me in this seat. Let's carry on with it. And trust me to make good decisions. I think that if you decide, the reason I brought this up today is because you put it in play. And I wanted to make sure we didn't run into a situation where Commissioner Curry was talking about, where I have brought somebody onto the team, and then all of a sudden, well, we didn't confirm that person, Brian. And so I want, you know, I'm a stickler on policy and following it consistently. And so that's all what we're trying to do today.
Okay.
And Clay, let me ask you this. If they decide today that they do not want to, by resolution, define department heads, does that by default mean that there is no confirmation of department heads?
It's the same as it was yesterday, will be the same as it is tomorrow. Until they put a resolution in place that defines department head subject to confirmation, no one requires confirmation right now.
Madam Chair, could I?
Commissioner
make a
Anderson
statement?
wanted to say
Oh,
something
go ahead.
first, then I'll get you.
Yeah, that was one of my questions, was to ask Brian that. But this helps if we put Brian in charge of everything except 3 or 4 that answer directly to the board. That's gonna cut down on the bureaucracy of government in Walton County, which is a good thing. We have hired, and as Mr. Drake said, I was on the opposing side. But Brian is our county administrator. I think he's capable of doing a good job. I think he's should be allowed to hire who he wants. I think we have some great directors right now, and I'm not sure there's any of them he would want to replace right now. That's his job. But we're slowing down progress if we have to approve every director. And we have to hire them.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Madam-
And do you withdraw your motion?
And I'll make a substitute motion that we,
Well, if the vote, let's get the
Let's
second,
hear-
is the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for his substitute.
So there's no substitute motion because you're now on the new motion.
Oh, okay, I'm
So
sorry.
you have Commissioner Drake, I think, had a comment.
I'll defer.
I was going to recommend to the chair and to the board that if we could, I'd like to see us collectively agree to give the county administrator a trial run at managing this. And if we feel like that there are errors in the processes, that it could be cleaned up, certainly we can look into that in the future. But I would like to see how he could navigate the county at his discretion without handicapping him for at least a good 6 months or so.
Is that a motion?
Well, there's no reason to make a motion, because you've got that authority right now, and until you adopt a resolution, he can hire everyone without confirmation.
I'd like to make a motion. Everything that's on the screen minus what we've already taken off, the purchasing director, the assistant county, so it'd be a total of 9.
Which 9 are you talking about?
We took off budget director, purchasing
Yes.
director, and assistant county administrator. Scroll back
Yep.
down, please, sir.
No,
Other
no,
way,
the other way.
Up.
Oh, yeah, right
Right
there, right there. So that would be minus 1, 2, 3, 4,
Just
5,
call them
6,
out by
7.
name for the clerk, 'cause I don't
Okay,
think
I'm
she can
sorry.
see 'em.
So there'd be the budget director.
We've taken that one off.
That one's, I was gonna
Wait,
say
are
the
we
ones
back
that are
to,
off.
were we back to, we're not gonna give him an opportunity to do this?
No, I'm gonna make a motion and see if it passes. That's what I was gonna do.
But before we get to that, like, can we discuss?
I mean,
like,
I'm
what the
tired of
merits
kicking the
are?
can down the road. We kick the can down the road so much on everything. I'm just,
Well, that's not kicking the can down the road,
No.
really. That's just giving him an opportunity to do his job.
I'd like to make the motion. If you guys don't wanna
If you
back
wanna
me
make a
up, then
motion,
fine.
You can make a motion.
So what were the 3 that we decided not to put on there? The assistant.
Budget director, purchasing director, and assistant county administrator were the 3 off of this
Page.
screen.
And
Let,
that's,
let me call for the record, just because I think it'll be easier to
yes,
have it.
please.
The remaining names, if you leave it, all right, please don't move that.
Yeah.
Director of Governmental Coordination, Deputy County Administrator, Director of Human Resources, Director of Public Works, Director of Administration Services, Director of Emergency Management, and County Engineer. Scroll down just a little bit. There we go. Director of Planning and Development, Beach Operations Director.
That's it.
And I think there was some debate about the Beach Operations Director either way.
I mean, if you want to leave that off, that's fine. I definitely wanted the planning. So that would be a total of 8.
What about the building official?
I mean, if you're gonna do beach operations director, you might as well do tourism director, because they're equal.
Well, I wanted to, you know where I wanted tourism
And
director.
Planning and building are equal as well, so I'm fine if you wanna do that.
Well, I'd like to discuss the tourism director at another time, next agenda, like you said.
We will, so there'll be obviously we have to recognize that we've added a new FTE that is, that has its own, idiosyncrasies.
All right, so that's my motion. What?
Would you name those 5? It's 5, right?
Or no, it'll be 9.
9.
If it-
9 total.
So it is Director of Governmental Coordination, Deputy County Administrator, Director of Human Resources, Director of Public Works, Director of Administration Services, Director of Emergency Management, County Engineer, Director of Planning and Development, Beach Operations Director, Building Official, Tourism Director. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is the motion. Now we need to see if there's a
Do
second.
we have a second? We don't have a second.
Motion
Dies
dies.
for lack of second. Any other motion, or?
This
we
was
just
just
go
for,
on with-
this was just for discussion. I was not asking for a defined action. So if you want to take no action, Brian, you have the authority. Commence as you see fit until they pass a resolution.
Now, are you gonna be able, Madam Chair, may I, are you gonna be able to fill those positions?
Yes, sir.
Get that.
Without, lack of resolution, there is no confirmation process.
And I just want to be clear, the board understands what that is. Your ordinance says you'll designate the positions that you want the opportunity to confirm by resolution. So until you actually adopt such a resolution, by implication, the county administrator has the authority and the sole authority to fill all positions except for the CFO and county attorney. So I just want to be clear with the board, that is the effect until you adopt a resolution.
All right, so let me get this straight. We decided that we were going to have a confirmation process, and now we don't have a confirmation process until we decide to have a confirmation process.
Well, no, you have a confirmation process, you just don't have
I just want to
anybody
make
to
sure I'm
confirm.
straight.
No, you have a confirmation process, there's just, the board has not selected that it wishes to put anybody subject to it.
This sounds like Abbott and Costello with third base again,
I-
so.
If you took a couple of those off, I would be inclined.
Which ones you want to take off?
The building official
All right.
and.
You don't
If-
want,
if-
Madam Chair, you don't want to try this at least?
Can you let
for
her
a few-
finish her statement? I
Well,
mean,
I'm
I'd like to
just
hear what she
trying
has to say.
To be fair, I just don't want too many on there, but I think that, to your point, the Director of Governmental Coordination, the Deputy County Administrator, and the Director of Human Resources, would be plenty, I think. And then if we do end up with a executive TDC director, I do too agree with you that it should come under the board. So it would be four of those on the top.
It's fine. You want, I'll make that motion.
You gonna
We got to have a
you gonna
process,
amend that
folks.
motion?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
amend the motion.
Okay,
then-
Or it died, so I
Okay.
got to do a new
All right.
motion.
Would anyone like to second that? No one wants to second that? Well, if I pass the gavel to second it, then
Don't die anyway.
it's gonna die anyway. Let me make that second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, discussion from the audience, Mr. Roark.
Todd Roark. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Thanks for making a motion, just so that we can have a voice from the public. So I believe we do need a confirmation process. Not because it's Brian, I trust 100%. The issue that you guys had the last time with the name being absent is with that appointee, and I'm not picking on the gentleman, but the HR director. That was Commissioner Johns made, and I believe the board made a statement that this person would be a certified credentialed HR professional. I don't believe this person is. And just like with the CFO, she should be a CPA, obviously a barred attorney for the county attorney. And having led HR for 25 years on and off in my roles, I would never hire an HR professional or HR person that wasn't HR credentialed. There's 3 certification bodies. And most of the time, the HR director had those 3 certifications because it doesn't matter, in the county government, it doesn't matter what you guys do, just if they, Melissa, I'm sorry, can I pick on you? If Melissa stepped out of bounds and you guys did nothing, because she is a licensed professional, I could go after her license as long as I have the evidence to support it. Obviously, I'm just using it, please. So you want that experience. And to Commissioner Drake's comment, I have been presented before shareholder boards. I have gone through confirmation processes, even though I've been hired by, at one point, at Bank of America, Nations Bank, predecessor Hugh McCall. I was presented before the shareholders, and they had to bless me, So it's a check and balance process. It has nothing to do with, and I don't have a problem with Mr. Kellenberger having that authority. Absolutely no problem. The problem is you gave the last person that and he abused it. And the reason why he snuck it in, it was a CYA thing at the end. He hired the guy that he wanted. I'm not disparaging that gentleman. It's unfortunate. I'm just saying about the process. He snuck it in. You guys had to bless it after the fact, after he was on the payroll, after he'd already received the check. And unless he has the credentials, he didn't meet the minimal qualifications that you, the board, set forward, but he was hired. So it's a check and balance process. If you guys can figure out a check and balance process without going through the ordaining process, I'm fine. But I have no problem with Mr. Kellenberger, and I agree, give him time. We trust him. We didn't trust the other guy. He didn't earn our trust.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Roark,
Thank
that's,
you very much.
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeing none, any further comment from the board? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-2. And so with that,
Madam Chair, can we take a short break?
Okay, is this, just to be clear, we're done with this agenda item?
Yes, we're done with the agenda item.
All right, so we can take a break, but just for the record, item 31 has already been dispensed with. We will come back on item 32.
We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, next up is Vice Chair Commissioner Dan Curry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, and I've talked to Melissa a few times about this because of the last audit, I guess, that we got from our clerk's office. So I wanted to see what other counties are doing. I was just inquisitive, and I just wanted to have a discussion up here because I really think audits are a good thing. A lot of people cringe when you hear the audit, but I think it's a good thing. When you look at, and these are the questions I've asked, Okaloosa has had 70-plus audits from 2017 to 2025 versus our 28 audits from 2007 to 2025. I don't know if anybody can speak on that. There's 4 or 5 years where there's nothing on our Walton County Clerk's site that shows any kind of audits, and that would be 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. I hate to put you on the spot, Melissa, but I mean, inquiring minds would like to know, I mean, why don't we have some more of these audits that mirrors Okaloosa's?
That would be the clerk's office purview, and I know that they do have some engagements that they've done. They do I know the guardianship audits, there I believe are cash counts, there are some different things that they do, but as far as why there's not an actual audit report on there, we simply get the notice from them when they are going to do an audit, and they do their own risk assessments and their own schedule for audits.
I mean, you can just look at the last several meetings. There's a lot of risk assessments that probably need to be taken, and everybody, even in my personal life. So I'm just curious why, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and there's nothing in here to see about any kind of audits. I hate to bring up last night and everything else, but there's some things processes and procedures that probably need to be looked at. We're just now doing ordinances that been sitting on somebody's desk, and I hate to kick that dead horse, but, there's a lot of these things, and I think we probably need to go department by department. And I just don't know where do we begin? What can we do to get some of these audits going? I mean, even the internal audits, I don't know if they cost us that much, but we can at least utilize those audits before spending money. How can we do that? Where do we go? I'm new here.
Well, now, in my opinion, you started it with the planning audit, and I'm like you, I like audits. You can update processes and you can find efficiencies. I mean, we all know technology is changing at a rapid pace, and just by the exercise of updating your process, you can find efficiencies that can save the county money. So I would say that engagements like that would be a good start. If you have other engagements, I know the clerk's office is pretty receptive to, if the board would like for them to perform an engagement, if you would just request that, I think they would be receptive to that. And I actually had a meeting with Ms. Sconiers a few days ago, and she was, very receptive to anything they can do to assist the board.
And I did talk to her for a little bit, and she is a little shorthanded. I think she only has like 2
They do
people
have
right now.
2. This most recent engagement they did, I know they get some assistance from Protivity Consulting, and Protivity, they are the ones that actually conducted the field work on their most recent process audit.
And would some of these, I didn't look at every one of Okaloosa's, but would some of these help out with procedures where we have different departments thinking different statutes and different rules kind of are opposite? They think it's one way and it's really another way. I mean, would these type of audits figure that out to bring it to our attention?
I think so. I think they would be very, very helpful. And I know that looking at, I kind of went down a rabbit hole a while back on Inspector General offices, and I know FDLE, they actually accredit, there's a few clerk's office and charter counties who have accredited Inspector General's offices, and I've been over the last few months going through those reports and finding some very helpful suggestions. I think it was Palm Beach County that does different tips, different sheets that they use for training, and those have been very helpful, and we're trying to incorporate those. But it's always good to have an outside set of eyes
Yeah.
to look at your processes.
I just, I wanted to take advantage, like Okaloosa has, and I don't know if they were forced to take advantage, to have so many audits. I don't know their background on why they had so many. But I would like to take advantage of that situation, if at all possible, whenever that comes available to us. Or what do we do to need to light that fuse to maybe capitalize on some of this?
We've lit it with planning, right?
But I'm talking about internal with the clerks, because we're
Okay.
paying for that, what you're going through right now.
That was 119,000, I
Yeah,
think, is what
I'm-
was paid for that.
After last night, I'm looking for the black and white label, the free stuff. So, I mean, is the clerk's office the way to go with some of that, just to get our attention, maybe to look at where the smoke is?
They could.
The clerk's office wasn't free. I mean.
Well, I don't know, is it
It's not
cheaper
free.
than $119,000 for one
No,
thing?
the clerk's office is the one that had that done by that company, and
Is
it
that
was
what it
paid
is?
119 for that audit.
I'm looking for a cheaper way if we can find
Well, I
something.
think the one that Brian is doing in planning is a cheaper way. So can you give us an update on that or anything, or where are you at on that?
For the planning fees?
Uh-huh.
Yes, so we've had a kickoff meeting, and getting started on what the plan is on how to do it. We're gonna meet every 2 weeks. We've met once already, and, it's going as planned. I mean, but I think that Commissioner Curry's question is if you noticed in the, Okaloosa County websites, the audits they've done, there was a recognition that something may need to be looked at. And so they engaged their Inspector General at the clerk's office, and I think that's how it starts.
Okay.
If there's an area that you think, as a county commissioner, needs a look-see. I'm not sure is that a board approval thing, or is that something that can be initiated?
No, we don't want to get into day-to-day now.
Well,
By
it's
telling
something the
somebody to do
board can
something.
approve. It's something that you can initiate on your end as well.
Okay.
I know in 2011, Martha Engel did one on the beach vendors at that time, and they did an excellent job, but I don't know that the follow-up was ever done. And when you find issues, you've got to go back and follow up and make sure that they're cleaned up. So I'm all about audits too, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay. It was just a discussion. I didn't want a motion or anything. I just, I was trying to compare, I was still trying to find Bay counties just to kind of do a third comparison, since they are our neighbors. But I got lost in Okaloosa's. I mean, God, you could sit there for a week going through every one of their audits. So, thank you, I appreciate you.
That's it?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Glidewell.
I got a couple of items. One is, to give, and I'll make this a motion to give Public Works direction to clear the, Ag Center project site. It'd be about 10 acres. And, I'll make that a motion.
I'll second it. Do we have any, I want to see the plans and stuff. Do we have any of that? Like drawings or renditions?
Yeah, we do.
Do we?
So previously, the county commission has moved money out of different accounts over into an account we call the Ag Center. We've identified this land out there to do this on. I have been meaning to put together a task order for a design and permit process. It would be a two-phased process. First process would be property assessment, conceptual designing, and engineer's opinion of probable cost. On a project of this magnitude, I think that's the best way to start. We've done it on other projects like this. That way it gives you an idea, it gives us an idea. I mean, I would like to say I know how to build an ag center. Truth is what is a modern day ag center look like, and what components do we need out there in it? I mean, it's easy to say it's just an arena, some education space, some demonstration space, and all that, but it's really probably more than that. So I think we should engage through our continuing services engineering pool, an engineer to give us a cost proposal to do that two-phase design and permit. First phase is what I said. Second phase will be design development after this board approves what they would like to see out there, or what magnitude of ag center they would like to see. But I don't think we need to clear the land just yet, because if we do, we're going to start to create some problems We're gonna have open land that's subject to erosion. There may be trees we wanna keep.
I wasn't, meaning we go out there tomorrow and start,
Okay.
clearing. All I'm asking for is to give them permission, once we come to the rational time to do that.
Okay,
So we don't have to wait on that step.
yeah.
Just go ahead and do that.
Yeah. So I think to be successful with, getting an ag center, ribbon cutting is we follow the approaches that I've used down here on the beach with our larger projects. Okay. So
Yeah.
that motion would be to, county admin to issue a task order for a two-phase design and permit.
I'll change the motion to that.
I'll amend my second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Yes, Barbara?
Barbara Moreno, I was looking for Margaret Landry.
She left.
Is she here?
She left. I think
She left, all right, because I think she would speak to this. I was at the meeting in Defuniak when I think the county gave the land and Joe Johnson spoke. And then they mentioned clear cutting, and all the audience went, like this. And
It was in Freeport.
it was in Freeport. I guess my question is, is there a problem? Is there an issue that you want to do that right away, Commissioner Glidewell? Is that a safety issue?
No, like I said, we're not trying to do it right now, but we do want to, and Brian's suggestion does make sense. We want to do the engineering, we want to get the permitting, we want to do,
Right.
we want to make the project move forward. And the Public Works, giving them the authority to, giving them the direction and authority to move forward, that's a substantial cost savings to the entire project to let Public Works do that. So, when it's ready, we'll move forward.
Could that be in the motion when it's ready? Because it just
Well,
appears like,
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
okay.
The motion now is to allow me to do a task order with the Continuing Engineering Services, one of our on-contract engineer companies, to do a design and permit effort. And it's going to be two-phase. The first one is conceptual designing, property assessment, conceptual designing, and some engineer's opinion of probable cost. And what that will give us is an opportunity, and of course, everybody in Walton County that would like to weigh in, to understand how we start a process. We'll have a couple of different designs. Like I say, I don't know exactly what a modern-day ag center, what all the components are. I have a pretty good idea, but.
We saw one.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, but there, like I say, that's what we hire design professionals for, is to help us make sure that we, get what we will, design what we would like, to the magnitude we would like, and we also understand and can demonstrate to the people that own the money, what we're doing. Give them opportunity to weigh in. But, the issue of clearing the property, we would not do that until we get to a end of a design permit effort, which will be the second phase.
With design, permit, and cost, too.
There'll be numerous stops, as I call it,
Okay.
in this process where we would be presenting information for county commissioners, along with the general public, to weigh in as, yeah, that looks good, appropriate, cost is palatable, and all that. Very similar to how I do all these projects down here on the beach.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate
I-
that.
Barbara, I think
Barbara.
Commissioner Curry wants to ask.
I kind of want to go, answer a little bit when you said the clear cutting and all that. My idea after we saw the Agricultural and Equestrian Center in Letchworth County last week was, I foresee, at least a couple acres that the kids from FFA or wherever would actually grow, your vegetables or grow some produce, go through the whole process, sell the produce, And then the next year, you just, a continuing process.
Well,
That's what I see for an ag center, and you're gonna have to cut some trees. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to.
I wasn't questioning what is there. I was questioning the whole clear cutting right at this moment.
Okay.
That's really what I was, I understand what you're saying. And we don't even have a tree ordinance. so
Because, I
that's
mean,
okay.
I want a
We're working
real
on that.
ag center. I want something that is brought to the north end of the county that, what the kids can get involved with, public-private partnership. I want all that mixed into this. I mean, I want this to be a shining star, and I'll follow Commissioner Gladwell's lead on all that up there. It's up in his district anyway, but that's what I foresee.
Well, thank you. I think Commissioner Gladwell knew what I was saying initially when the Freeport people yelled out, no. So, thank you.
I think there'll
I
be
was
trees
there.
left.
I was
It's
there,
actually
Barbara.
in my
Okay.
district.
It's actually, that was the first correct. It's actually in Commissioner Drake's district. And the
Okay.
second thing is I still have nightmares about the word clear cutting, so I really don't want to use that.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. King?
I apologize, Commissioner Drake. I
Thank you,
thought that was
Barbara.
in.
Thank you, Chairman. John King, KING. Brian, going along with your design, I would just recommend, and you hear me say this all the time, is if you could go and bush hog the property, clear all the underbrush, your surveyor could get right to the specimen trees. You can include those specimen trees in your design and have a superior project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
And my second item is, we got a request from from the city of Paxton to do something that was already actually in the works. Mr. Alford and his staff were already working on the design, so I would like to go ahead and approve the money. Ms. Thomason has assured me she knows where the money is for this project, and so we can get it started to put a shade covering over the playground area at Jentsville Park. And I think it's about $100,000.
105,
105.
771.
So I'd make a motion that we proceed.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And Mr. Alford was standing right there, and so now he knows to get on with it. And that's all I have.
He's a busy man. He's a busy man. Thank you. Commissioner Drake, did you have anything?
No, it's fine.
Commissioner Anderson?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. I have asked Miss Kelly Beth Horton if she would mind coming up and giving us a legislative update. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for having me today. It's great to see everyone. Good to be out of Tallahassee for a little bit. We miss you.
Welcome home.
We miss you. Yeah, it's good to be home. Just wanted to start out, and we're going to do our presentation today in two phases. I brought my partner with me, Rich Heffley's here today, and so we're kind of going to do something a little bit different today. I'm going to give you an update on the legislative session, and then we're going to give you an update on all the change that's happening in Florida due to President Trump's election and vacancies that are created. It's real interesting to see a lot of the moving parts, and I'm sure that you guys have been following it, but it's kind of, Rich does a really good job of breaking it down and explaining it to you, so I'm excited about his part of the presentation. It's very good. I think you guys will enjoy it.
We're excited about your part, too.
Yeah, well, thank you. Session this year was kind of crazy. It started out with 3 special sessions before we even started the regular session in March. They had the immigration sessions before the regular session started. So it was very busy. When the session did start, it went over time by 45 days. It was supposed to be a 60-day session, turned into an extra 45 days on top of that. They couldn't come to an agreement on the budget. It was pretty contentious. Speaker was fighting with the governor. Senate was kind of somewhere in between. It was, it was pretty rough and tumble. I'm sure you were happy to miss that one. I'm sure you were glad to be out of town.
Local government's a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, for sure.
That doesn't make it better.
We, there was the repeal of the customary use statute this year that Senator Trumbull and Representative Abbott sponsored, which was great, but one of the exciting things that we were able to do in that bill, thanks to the county attorney, who was very helpful to us there, is the renourishment language that was put into that bill for customary use. I think is going to be helpful to the county as we move forward with renourishing our beaches and creating more of those public beaches. It's going to alleviate some of the problems with the traffic that we're having right now. You heard a lot about property tax reform. The governor wanted to repeal property taxes across the board. The House Speaker didn't want to do that. He wanted to roll back the sales tax. And so what ended up happening was not a whole lot. They made a few of the tax breaks permanent this year, but I do expect that issue to come back next year. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the property taxes here in a second. There were changes proposed to the TDCs. They talked about eliminating them. They talked about using the money for something else. And this is all part of trying to pay for either the sales tax cut or the elimination of property taxes. And in the end, nothing really happened with those, but I expect that's going to come back next year too. There was a bill that placed term limits on commissioners. That didn't pass. I feel like they've been doing that one quite a bit lately, but it never seems to make it across the finish line. And I know that you guys have already talked about Senate Bill 180. That was an emergency management bill that was moving through the process in the last week of session. When things started flying, they amended that bill. And the way that it was amended, I think a lot of people kind of missed it. I certainly didn't catch what the ramifications were of it and how it really cast a wide net over the whole state and kind of swept everybody up. Because on its face, it looked like, well, that hurricane didn't hit me, so that won't affect us. But it kind of swept everybody up into that. I do think, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the upcoming session as to what I think might happen there. But that has been very disruptive to all the local governments around the state. It's not unique to Walton County, it's everyone. In the budget totaled just over $115 billion this year, which was down $2 billion from last year. However, we were able to secure $2.9 million for the lights on the bridge. And then another $500,000 for the health clinic in South Walton. We didn't have any cuts to the Transportation Trust Fund, which was great because initially they proposed a $450 million cut to that trust fund, which would have probably affected our SCOP and SCRAP program, which is very important to our county. So we were excited that that didn't happen. The governor vetoed about $700 million in member projects. And the fact that, it's pretty amazing that Walton County we didn't have any of our projects vetoed. Neither one of them got vetoed. And that's the strength of our senator and our state representative. And Representative Drake over there, that doesn't hurt either. He probably put in a good word for us in the governor's office. So definitely a team effort there, and couldn't do what I do without them. It's so important to have a good delegation, and we certainly have that. And we have good advocates in you all. I know a lot of you made trips over during the customary use hearings to go and testify. That was an important part for the public to hear from you, but also for the members of the legislature to know that they have your backup. That's so important, and we have such wonderful members who are so good to us that we need to keep supporting them. The next session is going to be in January because every other year we have an early session because it's an election year. And so we start this year in January. And so we hope it'll go from January to March, but it could go over again depending on how everyone's getting along. But we're hopeful that it's gonna pick up and go. Committee meetings are gonna start in October this year, and they'll continue through December. We've had some changes in the committee structures just due to these vacancies that Rich is gonna talk about here in a second. So we're going to have some different players this year in some of the committees. The appropriations request for the county will be due November 21st, and I know that you guys have already had conversation with Melinda and Scott and Chance about some of the projects that you guys are interested in. The delegation meeting is going to be in mid-October, and I think that the goal is to have those ready to present at the delegation meeting when you guys go for that. So excited about that. I think the budget is gonna look pretty good this year. It's the years following that are gonna kind of be down budget years. And so we'll see how much money they're gonna wanna spend this year. But again, we have a super delegation, and so I think that we're gonna be okay as far as that goes. The session's also gonna be pretty interesting this year too, because there's, you know, a lot of people are on the ballot this year, so there's gonna be that. The governor, it's his last year. He's not gonna go quietly. I mean, he's a very strong governor. He's still very popular, and he's gonna have ideas about things that he's gonna wanna do during this last year. So I expect that this is gonna be a pretty active session. We expect them to take up the property tax reform idea again. The House has a special committee that met yesterday, they met today, and they're talking about different ideas of how that could happen. I don't feel like there's much of an appetite in the legislature to do a full repeal. So I think what you'll see happen is maybe they're gonna increase the homestead exemption, maybe repeals property taxes for 65 and older. These are just things that are just being bandied about. I mean, none of this is real yet. They've talked about phasing this in. They've talked about putting caps on it. But I do think that there's going to be some kind of action on property taxes. I just don't know what it's going to look like yet. The good news for us is on that House committee, there's 3 Panhandle delegation members on that committee. And so you will have a voice, and Representative Abbott, our very own, is on the committee, and so are several of the surrounding county representatives are on it as well. The reform of Senate Bill 180, I'm hoping that, I've had a lot of conversations with some of our members, our Panhandle delegation members, and they're very motivated to help us fix that. And so I've even had a conversation with the county attorney about this. He's got some ideas about how to go about fixing it. And I think, to your point, Chair, to get back to the original intent of that language, which was to let somebody rebuild their house after a hurricane, I hope that we can get back to that and kind of put some of this stuff back together. But it's going to be tough. We'll have to see where the governor's going to be on some of those changes, because I know he feels pretty strongly about that bill too. There's also the open carry. The courts ruled that you can have open carry. I think there's going to be a lot of legislation this year to clarify like what that looks like, because I know that affects you guys as public meetings. So I think they're gonna look at that. During the off season, we're very active during the legislative session, but we also are active during the off season too. We communicate with all of the agencies on a regular basis. I talk to Chance, I talk to Melinda, I talk to commissioners, and we problem solve for you all, and I encourage you, if you have an issue with an agency, please reach out to me, because we can probably get it fixed. We probably have a contact in the agency to get it fixed. We worked with FDOT. I'll just give you a few examples of some things that we did this year. We worked with the governor's office to make sure that the bridge was salted during the snowstorm, which is not something I do every year. I hope we don't do it again. We were working with the FDOT on some red lights down in your district, Chair. They're working on that. We worked on a land swap with the Florida Division of Forestry, and actually we had that meeting with the Agriculture Commissioner's Office with Chance, and we made progress on that. I think we're going to be able to swap some land with them on an Old Blue Mountain Road, which is going to be helpful in the mosquito ditch. We resolved an issue with CenturyLink that Commissioner Gladwell's constituents are having out there. Their landlines went down, and they couldn't contact anybody from CenturyLink. So I called my friend Gary Clark on the PSC, and they had it resolved very quickly, which was great. And we had a couple other issues with DAX on constituent issues that I worked with the planning department on that they addressed and fixed. And Chance helped me with that one too. And finally, we worked on the fair to get their permit squared away so the Walton County Fair could go on in October. And I know the county attorney worked on that too. So that was gratifying. I didn't get to go to the fair, but this year I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get back to it. And I just wanted to say again, I don't know how many of you know our local delegation folks. I know that everybody up there knows Shane Abbott. But we've got some superstars that are in the surrounding areas. You know, we've got Senator Trumbull, but we also got Senator Gates. You know, he's a homeowner in Walton County. He's so smart and so well respected in Tallahassee. I mean, he's going to be a great advocate for us. And if any of you have relationships with him, I encourage you to reach out to him and thank him for all he does for Walton County, because he's a good voice for us over there. And as far as the area state house delegation members, we've got Michelle Salzman over in Pensacola. She's great. She's a firebrand, and she's always out and about and very active. Representative Andrade, he's terming out this year, but he's an attorney over in Pensacola, and he's very smart, and he's a huge advocate for the Panhandle. Nathan Boyles is one of your former counterparts over in Okaloosa County. We're excited to have Representative Boyles join us in Tallahassee. He's going to do a great job. Pat Maney, just super guy and cares about the Panhandle and people, and encourage you to reach out to him. I talked about Representative Abbott, and finally Representative Griff Grivitz is our neighbor to the east over in Panama City, and Griff is a native of Bay County, and just he really cares about the Panhandle too, just like all the other ones. And so we've got a great lineup of advocates there in the legislature for us, and lots of friends in the governor's office, and just all over state government. I mean, Walton County is everywhere, and so I'm proud to call it home. Does anybody have any questions before I bring Rich up to the?
I just want to thank you again for the public service, or the telephones.
Oh, yeah.
Those folks had been 6 days without a phone, and
Wow.
they called me and they said, we know this doesn't have anything to do with the county, but is there anybody you know that you can call? And I called Kelly, and by the end of the day, they had that service restored.
Yeah.
And that was big, and it wasn't really something that affects county government, but we're here to help people, and
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Of course. Anything like that comes up, I encourage you all to call me. I mean, feel free to call me, and we can take a run at it and see if we can fix it. So, yeah, for sure.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much for all of
thank-
that information. It was really, very impactful, and I appreciate it. It's
Thank you.
good to know that you're on it over
Yeah.
there
Oh,
for us.
For sure, for sure.
Yes,
And then I also want to mention before Rich gets up here that I do have a handout if you guys would like to, he's going to go over a few things.
Okay.
As far as who's who in the zoo. And
Okay.
I've got some handouts if you guys would like to have a copy.
That'd be
I'll
great.
leave them. Yeah.
That'd be great if you
Okay.
wouldn't mind giving us. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Hello.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, great to be with you. Picking up where Kelly was, the interesting thing is kind of we have a dichotomy in state government right now where there's much that's very predictable. As she mentioned, you have a delegation. Jay Trumbull's got 5 more years to be in the Senate, including he's in his final 2 years, he's going to be the Senate president. So in your planning, in your thinking about things and initiatives you might want to push, you're going to have one of the 3 most powerful people in state government representing you in 3 years. Obviously, President Gates is without peer. As she mentioned, property owner, actually formerly represented the county. So very close ties here, and still cares deeply. Shane Abbott, rising in leadership, 5 years left, and with the exception of Representative Andrade, all the rest of them are going to be here for at least 3 years. So that's very helpful for us. Also, as you'll see from the later slides in there, we laid out, we know who are going to be the presiding officers until 2032. So building relationships with them, when you come over, and don't just focus on the Panhandle, you can look and see, I know who the next 4 speakers are. I know who the next 4 Senate presidents are. What we don't know, and where this gets complicated, is here we are on day 246 of the Trump administration, and we're moving at the speed of light. That's a huge change to the state. Having the first Florida resident as president has had a huge impact because he took a lot of talent from the state. And so that led to a lot of change in the makeup of our government. And I'm not bringing all this up for partisan, it's for planning purposes, it's for, this is going to be one of the most impactful sessions as far as change, or elections as far as change. Anytime you get a new governor, that happens. But you also add all of the other things that are on top of that. You look at, shortly we'll be redistricting, well, we're gonna redistrict the congressional districts probably this year, this session. And then, we're gonna have a census in 2030, so that'll be happening. This requires constant engagement, so it's great when you come over, but we may want to be thinking about, again, people down the road more, depending on what your agenda is to move Walton County, Florida. And you gotta keep forward, and you gotta keep in mind that with all this turnover of legislators, there's a lack of institutional knowledge. There's a lack of awareness of issues. You talk about, you ran into this here. People that were voting on customary use weren't there when it passed the first time and had no idea of any of the background. So you can't assume that anybody knows anything. So spending more time and educating people, and it makes the staff more important, it makes lobbyists more important, and so, working all of the different levers that you can is essential given where we are today. Again, this is my 22nd election cycle professionally. And I don't know that I've seen one that's going to be as impactful as this. And as I go back mentioning President Trump, we started right after the election with a different U.S. Senator. We now have a new U.S. Senator, Ashley Moody for Marco Rubio. We started with a different Attorney General. Ashley Moody was the Attorney General. Now the Governor's Chief of Staff is the Attorney General and will have to run again in 2026. We started with Jimmy Petronis as the CFO. He is now part of the county's congressman, and we have a new CFO just recently appointed by the governor, Blazin Golia. The only constant among the cabinet officials is Wilton Simpson, and he hasn't even filed for re-election yet, so we don't know what his agenda is. But all of these changes led to 2 congressional open races. This and some other things, some deaths, led to 4 changes in the state Senate already, 6 changes in the Florida House already. Right after the election, 2 Democrats, one from the Tampa area and one from the Fort Lauderdale area, switched to the Republican Party. So right now, the political makeup of the state is both United States senators are Republicans. When Rick Scott was elected, that's the first time that's ever been true in the state of Florida. There are now 20 of the 28 congressmen are Republicans. It's the 2nd largest Republican delegation in the majority in Congress. And after as I mentioned, the census is coming up, the estimate is Florida's going to get 4 more congressmen. So Florida's only going to grow in more import for when you're thinking about things you need from the federal government. And you have, with Jimmy Petronis and Neil Dunn, you have 2 well-regarded congressmen there. We have a new lieutenant governor just recently appointed because the lieutenant governor got appointed to a university presidency. And we sit today, it's not until next June that we even know when candidates are qualifying for office. But taking a little bit step back, it's interesting talking about how quickly things have changed. 2018, Representative Drake would remember this. Back then, there was 1 and 1, in the Senate. There were only 16 Republicans in Congress. There were all 4 of the cabinet seats were Republicans, but there were only 24 Senate seats that were Republican and 79 of the House members. So that's grown rapidly in just the time that the governor's here. When the governor was elected in 2018, actually statewide, there were 239,000 more Democrats in the state than there were Republicans. That number is now almost 1.4 million more Republicans. So the statewide elections really are not going to be competitive. As I mentioned, the numbers in the legislature, both chambers are supermajorities. So they can do whatever they do without any rules challenges, with anything. They have the numbers to do it. Whether they have the consensus to do it, that's a different matter. But they have the numbers to do that. So this huge change, just since the 24 election, the numbers have moved to the Republican almost 300,000. So it's been a huge sea change. Then you add on top of that the Trump administration effect of all the changes that we've already had. So in 2026, Ashley Moody has to run for a 2-year term to finish. She was appointed, but she still has to run. Then she has to run again in 2028 for a full 6-year term. So she's going to be on the ballot actually 4 times in a row, once for Attorney General and 3 times for the United States Senator. Governor and Cabinet, as of right now, we're going to have a new governor. James Huffmeyer's got to run, and again, we've got till June till we know who's even going to be the candidate for that. Blaise Ngolia announced and has filed his candidacy for the chief financial officer, and again, Wilton Simpson hasn't, may open it up. A lot of people are waiting. Side tip, first week of October is a new fundraising quarter. Probably going to see a lot of people file for office because they want to have a good, strong, full 90 days before the end of the year to get going. So that's coming. We've got at least 6 new state senators just because of term limits. That's just them cycling out, and 18 House Republicans or representatives. So if you normally, the turnover in the legislature, and this is just how you have to constantly be engaged in this, is between 25 and 33% of the legislature is turning over every 2 years. So again, they're gone, at most 8 years. Actually, there's technically in the Senate that some can get 10-year terms because of maybe when they were appointed or numbering. But so all of this change is coming. And again, we can predict some of it. We know based on the current trends. When, from the time DeSantis was elected to COVID, Republican registration actually went down in the state. All of that change has been since COVID. And so you can, whether that's the free state of Florida branding, whether that's schools kept open, whether that's free state of Florida, policies and everything else, that's changed. So there isn't a credible argument to say that the state government's not going to be Republican. And you're going to have President Trump for 3 more years. Again, we're only at day 246. But this is all things you can factor into planning, factor into your connections, factor into those you get to know. So, and as Kelly mentioned, I did the calculation, there are 469 days until Ron DeSantis leaves office. So he's going to run through the tape, whoever gets elected. There are rumors that there could be a DeSantis slate and there could be a Trump slate. None of that is materialized. That's kind of, Twitter folly for right now, but that may materialize. That may make things dangerous for everybody to just, stick to your policies and stick to your issues. As Bolton County is this being such a conservative area, all of these candidates are going to be coming up looking for your support. So just beware. And with that, I just appreciate it. As a homeowner, I appreciate all that you do. I've been a homeowner for 25 years in Walton County, and I hope to retire here. Hopefully not quite soon, unless Kelly tells me it's time. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or.
Interesting, very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Any questions? No questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Kelly mentioned that she thought Governor DeSantis was really behind, wanted to keep 180. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was just my question. If he is the driving force behind 180.
Well, and some developers and some other folks, but
Yeah.
Between the litigation and all y'all telling your local representatives, which, as Representative Drake could have told you, that matters. As there's going to be a discussion as well as litigation. Whether there are changes, I think that depends on what kind of pressure from where that happens.
I can't imagine. There won't be pressure from every city and county in the state of Florida.
But what that looks like, it's just like she said, the property tax. It could be from this degree to that degree. The governor would like to be here. Legislature's more over on this side, probably the same way in 180.
Okay. Thank you.
Big takeaway. Go ahead.
Y'all know of anything on the horizon as far as a memorial or naming a road or something for Mr. Charlie Kirk?
I know individual counties are doing it. Dade County's already moving forward to it. Also, I saw today that Dade County is trying to give away the land for the Donald Trump Memorial Presidential Library in Dade County. So I think individual counties are doing it. The legislature will do something, exactly what that looks like.
Wonderful.
Again, as Kelly said, week after next, we're using live ammunition. They'll be in town regularly, 2 committee weeks in October, 2 committee weeks in November, 2 committee weeks in September, and then we go live on January 13th. All of this is going to come into focus as they get back, from their summer vacation. And everything was thrown off this summer because of the extra 45 days.
Wow. Everything's up in the air. Go ahead.
So would it be a fair statement that if you really don't like SB 180, that everybody needs to contact their representatives?
As many as you know.
Okay.
You have friends, it's not just here. That's one of the challenges we have, and as Kelly mentioned, we've got a strong regional delegation, but this county has one actual state representative and one actual state senator, and many counties have tons of them. So through the counties, the Association of Counties, it's bang pots and pans everywhere you can.
And it's that developer amendment type that I'm talking about, not the entire bill. I'm just talking about the portion of SB 180 that ties our hands up here at the board.
Representative government, just like what you have here, where people get up and move you.
Thank you.
You show up in the room thinking you're gonna do one thing, and you walk out having done something completely different, and that's what you gotta do to change it, just like customary use was.
Absolutely.
And it may not happen in a year.
Rich, Madam Chair,
Go ahead, sure.
Yes,
share a little bit with everyone about your background and how you got involved in the political structure from way back, was it Iowa?
Misspent youth?
Yeah.
How far you want me to go back? I've been involved in politics since I could walk. I'm originally from Illinois, which is a great place. Born in Chicago, where politics was a regular sport and a vocation, avocation for everyone. And so literally, my father was a county chairman in Illinois, and I've been involved in politics and government that long. When I graduated from college in 1984, I went to work for the Illinois legislature. In 1989, the Florida legislature Republicans recruited me to come down here and help the Republicans take over the state. So I moved here in January of 1990, and here we are today. I've worked in government, I've worked in politics, I was Assistant Secretary of State, I've taught at Florida State University, and as I said, this will be my, I think, 43rd session, and I know it's my 22nd election cycle.
Well,
God
thank
bless
you,
you.
goodness. Thank you for.
And I'm still standing upright.
Yeah, you absolutely are, with a wealth of information.
And Kelly and I have been partners for, 30-some years, so.
Wow. That's very impressive, and thank you for everything, for all the information.
Thank you for your support. I mean, you are dream clients because, you ask for the right things, you know when to push, you know when, things may not happen, and when to live to fight for another day, and that's a rare commodity in this day and age.
Thank you very much. We're happy to take any direction you can give us as well.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Kelly, as well. Thank you very much. Very informative. Before they leave, did anyone in the audience want to ask them anything?
Or ask the board and get answers.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You got lucky.
Bye-bye, thank you. The other thing that I had on here is, I realized in talking to Melissa and others that, that with our building funds, that we're gonna have to turn that back to the state if we don't use it. And I talked to Billy Bearden, and he is the building guru up in the north end, and he said that in fact, there used to be a building office in this building right here. And what happened is when the constitutional officers needed the space, we moved those people to Freeport, so they've been in Freeport. But I got to thinking, if we've got that money, and I'm not sure, Billy said it wasn't 8 million, so it might be half of that. But if we've got 4 million, and I don't know, is that about right?
That's going to be pretty close. We'll know as the year closes what the number is exactly.
Okay. And what I was thinking is that we own this land right across the parking lot here. And the intention of it, when it was my understanding that that was supposed to be a mirror of this building to enlarge the government portion down in the south end. So I was hoping that maybe we could take that money instead of sending it back to the state and building a building department down here. And also, when I talked to Billy about it, he said that he didn't think that it would be very effective unless we had planning down here as well. And so I'm hoping that there's a way that that money can only be used for the building department. It can be used for a building, it can be used for their employees, and it can be used for software, things like that, that are directly related to building. So if the county could throw in some extra with some extra offices and have planning, then we would have planning and building on the south end. And it just seems like it would be something that they had planned years ago, and I believe back in 2007, 8 era, that those plans were scrapped and they were never picked back up. And I would really like to see them be picked back up, because we've got a lot of building left to be done down in this area, as well as the rest of the county, but there's a lot of building to be done. And so I think it would make it better for the citizens here to not have to drive all the way to Defuniak or to Freeport, and to have an office here, just as well as having one on the north end, and even possibly in the middle in Freeport, or possibly bringing the Freeport people to the south end. So I just thought it would be something for everybody to think about, and to see if we could use that money. Go ahead.
I'm not against this at all, but remember that we voted on, that's where the senior center was gonna go.
Right. But
We've
there's-
got plenty of room
Mhm.
over here, we got some room over there. I
Mhm.
think it's a good idea to have planning and development in all three locations. I mean, planning and building in all three locations. Freeport is our fastest growing city in the county, and still one of the fastest growing in the state. But I don't disagree with, we need planning and building down here. I just
Right.
reminded you that we had the senior center passed to be over there too.
Right.
But I agree with you, we do need it down here. Need it in all three places, in my
Yes.
opinion.
The problem with that is, just the last meeting, we encumbered that money. To abate building fees.
You approved a resolution to abate the fees, and
So-
that would be for the amount that's in excess of what is allowable by statute.
So, I mean, it may be a day late and a dollar short. We've
Well, the
already,
money is not technically encumbered, it's the abatement of the future fees to get us on the level. This is a separate issue where if it is not spent, what's our return?
I'm sorry.
What's the return deadline, when do we have to spend or lose?
By September the 30th. We were at the 4 years. The building department, when the project was approved to construct that building, that was out of reserve funds. That was done prior to the legislature passing the statute, setting a limit on the fees and giving you 4 years. You cannot carry forward those reserves in excess of what's allowed for more than 4 years. So a portion of what they have in those reserves is over 4 years old, what was left from the original allocation towards the building. So that's going to have to go back. However, there is a portion of those fees that has been under the 4 years. And I believe we could, if the board wants to explore a building for the building department in the south end, I believe we could. But I do believe a part of those fees are going to have to be abated.
Because
Right.
we've not actually spent.
We've not actually spent them, and we're past that deadline.
Right.
well, we could still, the money that's, instead of giving it back to the state, couldn't we do some more things in that new building department, like buy furniture?
We
buy
can with
something,
what's,
Buy computers, buy something?
we can with what is not over 4 years old. So yes, sir, there is some of those funds that we would be able to go ahead. And we're not technically giving it back to the state, we're just abating it and abiding by the state law related to the allowable reserve.
So we have agreed to abate those monies. And we're gonna do that until we get under the threshold?
Yes, sir, but there's also funding that's within that can be spent. It's still allowable to be spent. And Mr. Bearden knows that. He's still looking at what's needed for that building. I believe there is some things that were needed for the third floor, and they have still been purchasing those.
Well, I think first of all, we need to know what that number is. I mean, we can't say we're gonna do something if we don't know how much money we actually got. So, I
It's,
mean,
the amount that's in excess is going to be, I'm saying about $4.5 million in excess.
I would want that number, before I say anything one way or the other. I don't want 4 million turning into a $40 million complex,
Oh, are you talking about what would be done at the,
You're laughing, Brian, but you know it would be.
and are you talking about what would be done in the south end for the building
Yeah, for the
department?
building
Okay.
department, yes. I'd like to know how much money we have to actually spend,
Yeah,
not
I'm
not
not-
what we wish to spend.
I'm not thinking about an elaborate building. I'm thinking about having just a couple of people from the building department here, and then a couple of people from planning, if we could add that. And that way, we would be able to start what we were supposedly started back in the early 2000s, and because it's not gonna change, even if we develop everything here, then we're gonna be redeveloping things here, so there's never gonna be a time where we don't need to have the efficiency.
Oh, I don't disagree. I just don't want to spend what we don't have.
Well, if we've got a little over 4 million, if I'm not mistaken, did you not have 4 million for the senior center? Is that the amount? And they came up with a building that could be built for that cost?
Well, we allocated 4 million, and I put $1 million in from my rec plat fees, as Clay said, that was usable for that, and, so, yeah, we, according to our engineers, we can do it for that much.
What about the concept of a government efficiency center where you had senior center, building department, whatever else we might need, start kind of moving in that direction?
This money can only be used for building.
Well, the
department.
building part, right, but you could still, you can have a project that mixes missions, but you can only spend, correct me if I'm wrong, Clay, but you can
Just
only
like the
spend.
Freeport complex.
Yeah.
We have walls that divide each department, and you could say spend, I agree with
So when the statute went into effect, they were very, very clear that if we do something like that, we are gonna have to have complete, pure divisions of where that money goes. So it may not even be enough to say, well, 40% of the square foot is building department and 40% of the cost went there. You're gonna have to literally show that 40% of the cost applied, I mean, down to electrical, HVAC, all of those things. So could it be done? Yes. It is an uphill challenge, and in fact, that's one reason why the new building department, FINC, is solely the building department and does not include county admin, because in our attempts to figure that out about 3 years ago, it became too big of a challenge for county staff to be able to put together.
Melissa, you said September the 30th?
The end of this fiscal year, yes, that's really our marker. The statute went into effect on July 1st, 4 years ago, but for our fiscal year, we need to go ahead and have this taken care of during our fiscal year.
Which,
So-
8 days,
So,
Yes,
7 days.
which was why you've already seen that resolution to abate those fees.
so are we going to be able to, I mean, we gotta make a decision tonight, right, or this afternoon?
You don't. Honestly, you don't, because as of October 1st, those fees will be abated. I don't really see any way that you could not, you could get around abating some of those fees. That resolution is written to where you can discontinue that at any point. So staff can move forward with getting you back exact calculations on what we have, because by the time we meet again, we'll have passed the end of the fiscal year and we'll have all the revenues booked. We can also take any direction on any facility you would like to, for us to look at and get any kind of estimates.
So we can go the first meeting in October and decide what we're gonna do? We can?
You can-
No, not for the money we've already
Not
lost.
for the money you've already, not for the abatement. Right
Not for
now,
the abated
the
amount.
abatement would stand until we get to an allowable level of reserves. Now, what we can do is have the abatement running in tandem, because you're looking at reserves. The abatement could be running in tandem with anything you want to do on a building.
We've complicated this way.
It's a dual drawdown.
It
The
is
fact-
complicated, but we got.
You're running a dual drawdown is what she's suggesting, is we're taking into account the reserves and what we're allocating there, so you're drawing both at the same
I
time.
think we just need to know what we got so we can spend it. Is that what we're talking about?
Exactly.
Can we
Yeah,
do
that's,
a-
that's all I wanna know.
Well, that's been our
Can
challenge
we do
for
a
3
motion
years.
to
We've
have
never
them
spent
look
it
into
out.
that and bring us something back?
We can take staff direction on that.
Okay, okay, staff direction,
We'll
okay.
bring it back.
We'll bring it back.
And we'll try to put it in graphical form. That might
Okay,
help.
okay. Because initially, when I heard the number, it was 8 million.
And
then I
that's gonna be more of a
realized
total.
That's the
Right,
total.
that was the total, so, but when you take out the money that we can't use, that's 4 million, so. But there's more money coming in all the time, too, that can help pay for anything, so, okay.
to not charge that?
Starting October the
That's the
1st,
abatement.
that is
Right.
the
But I
abatement.
mean, once we
Get
get
out
things
there.
going, get out from under it. So, okay, thank you. Right, now we are at public comments. Anyone in the public? Ms. Harris?
Madam Chair, before she comes up, can we go back to my name? You'd asked me if I had anything, and I said I don't, but I've got 30 seconds I want to say. I just want to go ahead, Mary, if you will, I want to put this on the agenda for the next meeting. I want us to have the committee meet to shop, or when the committee meets, I want to have them shop insurance rates on all of our accounts. We've got hundreds of millions of dollars out there. We've got a rate at like 5% now. I just want to see where we stand in the marketplace. If there's something that's even a grunt over that, let's say it was 1%, you're talking about a significant amount of money. Maybe that's $1 million, maybe it's more than that. And then the second thing I want us to do is I want us to shop our auto, our property, and our liability insurance. I just switched auto insurance this week, and it dropped by almost 50%. So I know right now the market is competitive. Even property insurance is competitive right now. So those are places that we could look for that we could capture some savings, and all we have to do is just put in a little shopping effort. So if we could put those two on the agenda.
What company did you go with?
I
Can you
don't
say
wanna-
that?
I don't want to
Tell
do
me later.
that.
So Commissioner, the second one we will put on the agenda. As long as no one up here objects, Melissa and staff will get with the clerk's office and the investment committee team to do just what you described on the first. That actually doesn't have to come back before the board unless anybody up here is saying, no, don't shop better rates.
Oh, definitely shop.
But we'll bring the insurance back on the next agenda.
But you'll bring the results.
Yeah, well, the clerk is the prime, so the clerk is involved with that investment committee. We need to get with them and work that up, and we'll bring you back what we find.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Harris?
Suzanne Loretta Harris. Two things, very quickly. Donna, when I talked to you about the Indian people meeting with you and you coming, you mentioned to me they had talked about a casino and a possible water park, and you talked to them about whether it was gonna be, because they always want stuff tax-free, and you had talked to them about that, which was smart. Brad Drake, am I incorrect? Did you serve as the chair of the gaming committee in the legislature at one time?
One of the select committees I did.
I would like for y'all to think about, if somebody's going down there besides Donna, I would like for Brad to go, because it's obvious they were talking about a casino and a water park and some other things. So before we get mixed up, when a lot of people on that board have already said, and I'm in agreement, that we don't need gambling here, before we go any further, somebody who really knows about the gambling rules and the law and what you can do with the property and tax-free for the Indians versus non-tax-free, I'd like for Brad to be able to go. And if you can't, if the BCC won't pay your way, Brad, I'll pay it.
That would be a good tax disclosure.
Yeah.
You would be right on that one.
I'm not paying for dinners and drinks, but I'll pay your way down there.
But I can't
Okay?
go this week. Isn't it this week you're going, or?
No, I think November.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
I don't
Well-
think they both can go.
oh, that's true.
No, both could not
I mean,
go.
I'm not opposed to either one of them going, I just wanted to know what it was for.
I'm just intrigued by their interest in Walton County, so if we send someone down there, I mean, I'm genuinely interested in, I mean, they have a lot of resources that they have the potential to deploy. I just don't know what that looks like up here, so I'm intrigued. It sounds like we've got a method, a pathway for you to go, and maybe they'll expense it for you. But both
And
of
maybe
us-
they'll come up here and meet with y'all individually, which would be the ideal thing.
Well,
So
that's-
that everybody knew the truth about what really is, what they really want. I mean,
Well, they didn't put anything in the letter to me when they invited me. I didn't
I
know
saw
they
the
were gonna
letter.
invite me. They didn't say anything about that at all. And what they said to me was that they were interested in the Panhandle. They didn't specifically just say Walton County. They said they had people interested in the Panhandle. And so
about a
it
casino
was-
and a water
but
park.
that wasn't just, they didn't just say that.
That's what you told me.
They didn't just say that, they just said they were interested in the Panhandle, so, and
Or are they
I
meeting
said,
with anybody else in the Panhandle or just us?
I have no idea, I didn't even know they didn't meet with the other commissioners.
So I really think the thing is that all commissioners ought to be able to meet with anybody that's coming here that big, and the EDA sure needs to be involved. Second thing I have to say, the director of the symphony, Clay, work up. The director of the symphony did everything he could to get, because Tiffany took the wrong move on giving the money to the symphony for the TDC. He did everything he could to get her declared a non-resident of Walton County, even though she lives and resides in Sandestin, and Clay will back me up on this. I think, Clay, you even had to go to get an AG opinion.
I called the Commission on Ethics to verify it because multiple members of the TDC received communications questioning their ethical ability to vote on that. Most specifically her, but yes, there was at least one other that also received it. And I addressed that for anybody who's curious. At the board meeting for the last TDC, I did call the Commission on Ethics to vet those issues.
He also called Tiffany and was not very nice to her. So
Not me. I didn't call Tiffany. It
no,
was me too.
not
No,
you.
you're talking
Clay,
about somebody
not
else.
you. But all I'm saying is, before we just give away money to people, sometimes y'all need to do a background on what y'all are voting on to give away, because when somebody doesn't get their way and tries to have somebody on a board declared a non-resident, I mean, I think that's just pretty ridiculous.
I agree with you completely, and I'm wondering if it's too late for us to do any change to that.
I would have viewed that differently had I known.
Is it too late to go back?
You're still,
Is it too bad, it's not too late to change?
you're still in the middle of the meeting. As I had to tell Defuniak
So-
last night, you can reopen any item while it is still within the same session.
So we could take them out and do the other two?
We could
Well, you
take-
can do, if you choose, we would need a motion to reopen.
Reconsider, can you reconsider the vote?
You would need a motion to reconsider first off.
But, and this, they called you, and, I mean, this happened,
There were emails sent
Recently.
to members of the TDC questioning whether members of the TDC could vote on these items because they served as board members on not-for-profits.
and he's the head of the symphony?
Yes.
I make a motion, we reconsider.
Second.
No, you can't say, hold on, I can't, you voted against it, didn't you?
Yeah, I voted against.
So I need somebody else to second,
Oh.
What's the motion?
to reconsider
reconsider.
the award.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to reconsider our earlier vote.
I'll make a motion that we.
Well, hold on, let's pass that, and
Oh,
then we'll
okay.
reopen the discussion on it.
Sorry.
Does
There's no need to
public
debate.
comment, no, all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion is being reconsidered.
So the item is now back to where we were.
It's back to where it
I
was.
move we defund, the symphony from, the
Symphonia?
TDC money.
From Symphonia and
Second.
Matty Kelly?
Do
And-
you intend to reallocate the money, would be the other question.
Give it to, split it between the other two.
I think that what they're saying is that the two of them at least, the Matty Kelly and the Symphonia should be unfunded. But the,
Why would we unfund Matty Kelly?
they're both the symphony, they're both run by the
different names.
symphony director.
It's the same event, is what they're saying.
Then defund both of them.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
What do you want to do with the money, if anything?
Put it back in reserves.
Okay, well,
We have
Second.
a motion and we have a second. Any comment from the audience? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Who seconded that motion?
You did. Okay, so it passed that we've defunded those two.
And to be clear, because I'm sure somebody's gonna ask me this, we retook up an item on the agenda. So I know we always have this question, well, sometimes y'all make a motion during public comment, and other times you say you can't. We are not allowed to take action on an item brought up during public comment. This was an action item on the agenda. Public comment came up, the board reconsidered it. So in case that ever does come up, that's the
And it was
distinction.
my motion to start with, so I had every
And you would
right.
not close this session. But after you go to this in legislative, you are closed for the primary session.
Okay. Public comments. Barbara?
Thank you, Barbara Morano. I know you've had a long afternoon. I just want to make you aware that this Thursday, there are 3 magistrate quasi-judicial meetings. I know the board is not involved in that, but to me, that sounds like quite a lot for one quasi-judicial judge to do. Echelon was also there. There was supposed to be 4, but that's been continued. I'm just making a statement. You don't have to respond. But there are 3 that are happening. I don't even think there's going to be enough room for the people at Freeport because nobody knows what time they start, what time they stop. We don't know if there's a lunch time. I think that's a burden on the people.
Madam Chair, these are public hearings, and public comment is not appropriate on matters that are subject to public hearings.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Barbara.
I just gave a schedule.
Thank
The
you.
other thing I wanted to say is you were discussing about the jobs and how many positions you were going to look at and recommend. I like the idea that it is back the way it is. But I do want to add that maybe the job descriptions need to be looked at. There was a question about that for a lot of reasons, and I think that might be part of the administrator's position to work with HR, to look at those job descriptions and maybe perk them up a little bit. I did some records requests. I'm going into detail. One job description to me seemed something that I thought was very important, but it was just looked at as preferred. So that's, in jobs in Brian's area, and I know he'll look at those job descriptions and don't take them for what they are. They could be tweaked. And I'm sure that's part of your responsibility, or
Yes.
Primarily the HR director's responsibility, but I've worked close with the HR director since I've started
thank you.
to make sure that that department is working as efficiently and like an HR department should.
Okay.
We're doing that with each department. We had a few that needed a quick look at, and then those turned into broader looks. So I ask that everybody give me, appropriate opportunity and time to do my job.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johns, I just had a question for Mr. Atkins. I mean, in all fairness, can there be some kind of a schedule to know people if they're going to have a lunch break or what time the next, magistrate meeting is going to happen? And this is, I know it's uncharted territory.
I think the fairest thing to do would be for citizens wishing to do that. Certainly, you can ask planning if a schedule has been set. If it has not been set, I would expect the magistrate at the outset of a hearing where there are multiple hearings would announce the order in which the cases would be heard along with the expected schedule. But that's true for any judicial level proceeding. I mean, the board has heard more than 3 quasi-judicials multiple times since I've been here, and we say they all start at 9 on a Thursday morning, and we may not get to some of them until 2 that afternoon. So I don't think it's any different than that, but it would be just a question at the start of it. If there's an agreement among the applicants and the county staff as to the order and the time, that could be arranged always, and that would need to be published.
I know the commissioners have done without lunch for a long time, but I think that's also unfair to ask a judge. But thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to talk about any of the quasi-judicials that are coming up, but she does have a point with space at the Freeport
Yes.
complex. Is there any way we could have them in here or Defuniak Spring? Because that place gets packed when there's one.
So when it was originally scheduled, I will say one of the conversations was to start it there because it was scheduled on the same date when your land use meeting would be down here. Candidly, it has always been my assumption that as we get rid of that meeting, if that's what this board chooses to do, that this would be the location of those more so than Freeport. We just have not scheduled it there yet because you technically have still had items that could come before you. So until we knew we could remove that from your schedule, that's why it hasn't. Yes, that was the ultimate end game, was for it to be here.
I've been in there with one, and I'm not naming it, but there's people lined up out the hallway and on the sidewalk because they can't get in.
So that would be the ultimate goal, to get it to this area.
One other thing that we need, maybe Mr. Kellenberger could look at it and bring it back to us. That Freeport boardroom has no security, period. There is no metal detector, and if we're gonna start having, some of these are very controversial, and we need to seriously look at putting a metal detector in that, and making that where it's secure.
Okay.
And we need to worry about the open carry as
We
well.
do. We do
Find
have
out
a
what
bailiff
restrictions.
open carry.
Yes, we do.
Lord knows.
We do
Okay.
have bailiff presence, though.
We
Todd?
have bailiff presence, but we don't have a,
Okay. We'll look at getting a metal detector in that front door.
Well, sometimes you have sometimes they have a wand up there, but sometimes they don't. So I mean, probably,
I think-
maybe a consistency would be nice,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Okay, Todd?
Todd, little R-O-A-R-K. I just have 4 quick things. The first one, I just would like to see if we could just get an update as civil as possible. Alan and Tabitha are not here, but what is the status, given the judge's order with Sandestin and the other issues surrounding
And
it?
it is pending litigation. The matter has been remanded to the circuit court.
So I thought there was a final judge's order, so I'm just,
No, sir, Mr. Art, the District Court of Appeal overturned summary judgment but did not enter judgment in favor of either party. It remanded the matter to the trial court. So the matter goes right back to the trial court for further proceedings.
okay.
There has not been a final judgment entered in any of those cases by the circuit court.
Okay, cool. The second thing is, around, I would like to direct a question through you to Melissa. So with the budget, I didn't participate in the budget, I wasn't actively engaged. You know, there's so many other people, you didn't need to hear me about that, but I do have some questions after watching it last night. So I would like to understand, through Melissa, is there a variance analysis that's provided to the commissioners and to the public for items that are on this year's budget planning compared to it was not part, and using the example, the $350,000 item?
Those are available upon request to anyone. I mean, you're talking about probably our revenue and expenditure reports, so they're available.
No, I'm asking for a variance. So the $350,000 was on this year's budget planning cycle. It wasn't there last time. So is there a deliverable? Is there an artifact that's provided to the public and to the commissioners that these are outliers from the last budget cycle?
It would be within the budget document, yes.
Yeah, but this $350,000 was found by the public. It somewhat was buried down deep.
Oh, it was in our
No.
5-year plan. It's been in our the last 3 5-year plans.
But shouldn't we be transparent in providing what is new over budget
It
cycles?
But it wasn't new.
The $350,000 was for a study, was it on last year's budget?
It'd been on there for
Yes.
the last 3 years.
It was in the capital improvements plan.
Okay. It was on each cycle so, okay. Thank you. So my next question then is I would like to understand, I think the public needs to, especially from Commissioner Anderson, is why you guys voted for that study, knowing that there was no appetite for the county, or excuse me, from the citizens and even the state to have it. So why was it put on there? And why did you guys decide to vote for it?
I would say, didn't we have public hearings on that as well? Wasn't there a large meeting at
There was a
the
large
high
meeting
school?
when
the
I first
board
came on
voted to
board.
do it.
I voted against it. There were 4 commissioners there, and it was a 3-1
But
vote.
last night you guys had a vote and you removed it. You struck it from the budget.
Right.
But Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Glidewell voted for that, and it was 3-2.
I'll be glad to say why.
Okay, thank you.
We have voted consistently over a long time to include that road. And the TPO even did a polling 3 or 4 years ago in which 65% of the public in Baltimore County said they wanted that road. So, I mean, we voted as a board to do it, and it's been in the 5-year plan ever since there was a 5-year plan. So, I mean, it is what it is. It was voted, I mean, we removed the money last night, but that's all we've done. And meanwhile, apparently, a lot of people want it.
But in Commissioner Anderson, would you like to, because in Commissioner Anderson's, I live on 38. We do not want it. I mean, I haven't met a single person on 38 that wants it, so.
Mr. Brook right back there is another one. There's a lot of people who want that road.
And
Well,
in the last, excuse me,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, in the last public hearing we had, it was pretty much equal pro and con. Then the TPO took it up, which is we have to go through the TPO to do anything. That's a transportation organization. And they thought it was a good idea, and then they did a survey. And as Mr. Gladwell said, it was 65 or 68%, somewhere in that area. So there are people that want it. Is there obstacles to it? Yes, there is. We're gonna have to take it to the cabinet if we ever decide to do it. If I'm not mistaken, I think, and Marina, you might can mention this, the road through the forest, is that in your plan? The road through the forest, didn't you say that, doesn't your plan say that we need that road through the forest? So that's the reason I voted against it.
Well, I appreciate your transparency. I just wanted to ask the question.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people had that question, and unfortunately, it wasn't addressed yesterday. It was just a quick vote and it was done.
It's in the DPZ report, but that doesn't mean it's adopted by the county.
No.
Oh, I understand. I was just trying to understand why the split vote and why, and they, they answered my question, and I appreciate their honesty in answering the question. The last thing I have is just that, I believe most of the commissioners up here have had town halls. I would just like to see when Mr. Anderson plans to have one in his district. Is there a plan for one?
Not till I get my health taken care of.
Well, your health is the most important thing, so hopefully you get healthier. Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time.
Thank you very much.
And
Anyone else?
Commissioners, if y'all
Yes.
don't mind me just taking one moment to kind of clear up, because I did see some chatter out there. It talks about slipping something in the budget. And I just want to use that as an example. You have a lot on your plates. On our end, I know you spend a lot of time trying to go through everything to know what is going on with the finances of the county, but at the same time, we don't expect you to be on the spot knowing every single moving piece. So for the example, that $350,000, it was in the 5-year plan. It's been there in the last 3. But had that gone through and been approved in the budget, it would have come back to you as a staff item to get permission to bid it out. Then it would have come back to you to award it, and then it would have come back to you probably a third time to award the contract. So while
That was just for the PD&E. not
that was
the
just for the
actual bid.
PD&E. So these items, although you may not see every one of them, we want to make sure every capital item gets to you multiple times.
Right. We understand, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to address the issue that
Please
people.
state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Celeste Cobina, C-O-B-E-N-A. And I want to address the issue of a TPO poll, which they're almost like push polls, but there's been several meetings on this. In the county spent $600,000 on these meetings, and I want to say the first $300,000, within that, there was the agency meeting, where all of the agencies, federal and state, and then many of the statewide environmental groups said, no, this is against the Florida statutes. And then that's when, I mentioned it last night, Commissioner Anderson and Glidewell knew about that, and they still voted to pay the second $300,000 for continuing that phase 1 of that study. And there was also a public hearing at Dune Elementary, and the cafeteria there was packed. And I want to say there was one person that wanted the road that got up and spoke. Everyone else said they did not want the road. And there had been more speakers, except they said, oh, sorry, time is up. up for public comment. So, you know, y'all can do and say what you want, but that state forest is governed by the Florida statutes. And the Florida statutes are very clear about what you can do on land bought with P2000 funds. And they're going to follow the rules over there. And it is a very arduous process. And my bet would be it wouldn't even make it into what is the Acquisition and Restoration Council. They wouldn't even look at this. And that's the largest tract of conservation land in South Walton. The people here in South Walton have claimed the state forest and parks as their own. Y'all are allowing the private land to be clear-cut, completely overdeveloped, but that land is owned by the state of Florida, the citizens of the state of Florida. They're going to protect it, whether y'all want to or not. And it's just a shame you've wasted $600,000. You need to change that and just stop wasting our money.
Thank you, Celeste. Anyone else? Yes, Bob?
Bob Brook, B-R-O-O-K-E. I haven't spoken, in fact, I haven't attended BCC meetings very often in the last probably year or so. And I guess I'm going to say something that I don't think was probably addressed, that I used to regularly talk about when I'd come up before the commissioners, and that's priorities. And I didn't think that the priorities were discussed enough, or the priorities were not allocated in the right manner, and I spoke to you about that repeatedly. And I didn't hear many people otherwise, other people talk about that. So what I'd like to just remind you of, I heard a number of reallocations of funds that for things that hadn't been programmed, reallocation and approval, or allocation and approval. And something that's sorely missing, I think, is funding for roads and bridges and the transportation infrastructure. I don't know, I know Ms. Thompson could certainly tell us how much is budgeted annually, but it's usually a paltry sum, in my opinion, maybe less than $10 million. And I know there was a study done a few years back that said there was $500 million of unfunded roads and bridges projects that were needed in the next 5 years. So I would just like to remind you that that shortfall is still there from everything I can find, and it increases every year because we allocate maybe $10 million a year, and then we scrape and take what's the landfill budget or some of these other things and throw some of that money into it. But I just think it's a terrible situation that we find the county in, falling further and further and further behind. We fund 100,000 here or 50,000 there, and when you start throwing those kind of numbers together, it starts to add up. Why are we not prioritizing or spending more time figuring out how to close the gap in the shortfall in transportation-related funding for roads and bridges? And I'd just like to ask you to think about that in the future when you start moving money around or find a windfall. If it's available to be used, why not look at one of our major shortfalls? It should be one of our highest priorities, and that's the infrastructure of roads and bridges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We now have a legislative item. Is Stephen Schoen here? Do you want to bring this up?
I want to take about a 5-minute break before we start this, because this is going to be rather lengthy, I think.
Okay.
Well,
What?
No, I'd love to use the restroom, honestly.
Oh, we'll take a 5-minute break.
All right.
Okay, let's bring this meeting back to order so we can hear the DPZ presentation.
We got a few more we need to come back.
Well, they.
Oh, he's right here.
Okay, Stephen, you can go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you. So, good evening. I do want to give you all kind of a brief sort of contextual idea about the EAR process, and then what I'd like to do is turn it over to Ms. Marina and Mr. Davis to give their brief presentation on where we are now and the report itself. So, I'm sure some of this is going to be a repeat for you, but just for the sake of getting it out there and informing everybody who's not aware, the evaluation and appraisal report of the comprehensive plan is required by the state. Every 7 years, we have to go through it, or we have to notify the state that we're not going through it. This is our report is due to them in March of this year, at the end of March. So everything we've done up to this point now has been moving in the direction of creating those text-based amendments to the comp plan that will be based on the EAR report that DPZ and company did. They went through a robust visioning and outreach process and program that illuminated the issues of the county, and they spoke with the general public, with you all, and countless other meetings throughout this process to establish some of those baselines and get a real idea of where the county wants to be in many ways. So what they've done, and I don't want to step on their toes, but just to cover this a little bit, is so they went through that process to create a series of recommendations to each element in the comp plan. So once, assuming the board does adopt by resolution this report, staff will then take the reins and move forward with that report to create actual text-based amendments to the comp plan, each element. The way that's going to work, at least that I hope it will work, is that I will reach out to other departments, Public Works, Recreation, Environmental, and we'll go through those recommendations again. They all saw them already, but we'll go through them again. And we'll hone in on those ideas, and we'll create a path forward through those text amendments. I will bring those back to you. More than likely, December is the plan for the first reading. We'll have to transmit to the state. They'll do their 180 review and everything else that they're required to do. They'll get that back to us. We'll either adopt if there's no comments and recommendations for changes, or we'll make those changes and then adopt. Following the adoption of the comp plan text-based amendments, we have essentially a year to make changes to the LDC that reflect those changes. So just so there's no mistakes here, this is the first big step in ultimately what will be the amendments to both the comp plan and the LDC. So if you don't have any questions for me, I'm happy to turn it over to.
Just procedurally, Stephen.
Yes.
What we would be doing tonight is effectively accepting the DPZ co-design EAR report to the comprehensive plan and adopting the resolution that expresses that. We are not actually changing the comprehensive plan or land development code. So to the extent that SB 180 might prohibit us from doing so, or prohibit us from doing any part of this, that is not actually occurring tonight. Your decision to adopt this, as Stephen said, is starting the process, but I want to be clear, this is not starting a process with a step we can't legally take. This part we can do, later parts we'll have to see where we stand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Evans.
So just so I'm clear, if we adopt this report as it is now, we still have the ability to take things out, put things in, change things. We do not have to, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, and to be clear, the report will remain the report.
Yes.
The year is the year. There is no way to get around an evaluation and appraisal report.
What's
For
included.
comp plan and land
Right.
development, you have final say of what goes into it one way or another.
Right,
Yep.
thank you.
Always.
Okay.
These are just this is the recommendation report, right?
Okay.
So we'll take this as staff, and we may even bring it back out for some more outreach to the public to make sure that, you know, everybody's on board, and then we'll bring it back to you all.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Yep. Nothing for me?
Any questions? Nope.
All right, thank
Do
you.
we get the question, Mr. Davis, or?
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, I'm delighted to be here. Delighted that this is the end of our part, even though I love coming to Walton County and I'm very attached to this place, not only myself, but DPZ as well.
Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Marina Corey, and I'm a partner with DPZ, and I'm presenting here on behalf of the entire team. We had everybody on Zoom, but we were told just keep it simple, so I've got barely 20 slides because most of you have seen this presentation already, and I'm going to run through it, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Just very briefly, and I won't spend too much time on SB 180, other than to say things are moving forward. You know, we were just hired by Claremont to write their form-based code and their comp plan. So states and cities are cities and municipalities are moving forward with with the document that they have to work on. From what we hear from other attorneys, there are going to be changes to SB 180, as you can see here. I won't spend too much time on it because the folks who were here from Tallahassee described it quite well. But you can see here just a list of all the kinds of potential adjustments that could be made. And then just one slide on public outreach to say, yes, we did build a website. We built countywide awareness for the project. We tried to really encourage engagement through the multiple channels, through pop-ups, during the visioning charrette, of course, which was very instrumental in helping form the basis of many of the guidelines I'm presenting today. And we captured feedback on the Plan for Walton 2040 website, where all the presentations were put online, and folks were able to ask questions and post comments. So I'm happy to say that a lot of what we're recommending are incentives. And we heard from you all very early on in the process that you wanted to see incentive-based ideas. We think that the county could develop in a more sensible manner. But what is here is a framework under which we think this can happen to help guide development, because it's always so disheartening and discouraging, especially for you all on the dais, to hear community members come out and just protest against every single project that comes out. So if there was a framework of some sort of predictability, maybe that would help it a little bit. And this sector map is one means to try to get there. So we're proposing that you, now we've taken a very early stab at it based on your existing zoning, your flu, but it really needs to be contextualized. You all need to pore over it in terms of your own district. But essentially what it does is it creates three sectors: a maintained sector, a preserved sector, and a growth sector. And so the preserved sector would be places that really wouldn't change, where you would not want to allow some rezonings unless there was some, extenuating circumstances. The maintained are those areas that really have a certain level of entitlements on them. They're generally developed already. There may be opportunities for infill, but they're not going to change wholesale. And of course, the growth sectors are those areas that can stand to redevelop in more significant ways. At least targeting and identifying those, we think, will help you in a host of different ways. And then within those sectors, we would encourage you to allow place types to be approved within those. So I'm going to explain what those are. We've suggested about 12 different place types: centers, corridors, community types, and then the special types. The special types are what you have right now, which aren't going to change. It's Eglin Air Force Base, it's your conservation land, it's your agricultural lands, it's all your industrial land, it's all your specialty zones. But then you have rural areas, you have suburban areas, and you have urban areas. We think you need a few more, and when I say urban, I don't mean high density. We're not recommending changing the height anywhere, but places that become a little more walkable, a little more like the places that do exist here that are walkable, and a little less suburban. You will continue to have suburban corridors, but you may want to have urban corridors. And the urban corridors are essentially saying you push buildings to the front, you hide parking in the back, it becomes a more walkable environment. You could be assertive, and we've discussed this with Stephen, of identifying, and we had talked about this before SB 180, about identifying areas that should be urban corridors, especially up and down 331, for example, because a lot of that growth is going to go north of the bay. But you also may want to have property owners come forward to you and propose place types. So there are areas, and I'll use Chat Holly as an example because that is one area that has developed in such a hodgepodge manner that deserve to be a little more comprehensive and in terms of the way they develop. So that it's not every property owner just looking at what, because you have such a zigzag or such a pattern of zoning that doesn't make a lot of sense, you know, small neighborhood infill, residential preserve, and all of this, it doesn't create a place that is understandable from a community standpoint. You may have a little strip of intense zoning and then another strip that has very little zoning, and it is how it is. We can't change that without changing your zoning entirely. So what we are suggesting is that if there are property owners who have either acquire by themselves or can partner with their neighbors to try form a comprehensive place, you would take the zoning that's allocated on all those lots and you would create, or they would create what's called a place type that is a recognizable form of development. So we have urban centers, we have rural centers, we have rural settlements, and we run through all of them. And I'm showing you this page to show you that it would show what are the building types that are allowed in those centers. It's very clearly calibrated to your zoning and to your flu. So you see the existing zoning there as well as the zone mix, the defining features of each of the place types. And then if they come forward, because it does require a certain level of planning, we are recommending that depending on where they are, if they are in the growth sector, that their zoning be slightly increased to ensure that they can meet some of the goals you have in your comp plan. Your comprehensive plan speaks very clearly about wanting to encourage more affordable housing, wanting to be more walkable, wanting to conserve more areas, wanting to have a greater level of connectivity, wanting to preserve your environmental lands and your dunes and all of this. So if they do that in exchange for these place types, we are recommending a certain increase to that density. And so you'll see these urban centers. Here's an example of a rural settlement, of course. We're giving you renderings of generally what that could look like. And what we've done is we've included this chart that shows you what the existing flu is. So it's not anybody who can come asking for any place type. It would really have to be calibrated to their existing flu and their existing zoning. We show all the zoning categories that would be included. We show whether they're in the growth sector or in the maintained sector or in the preserve sector, and what are the place types that are available to them, because it's not every place type available in every sector. So for example, if you're in the maintained sector, there wouldn't be an urban center. It would only be allowed in the growth sector to allow you to recognize and identify where's the most intensive development growing, and that really should be going in the growth sector. So we have adjusted it and tailored it to what you have here, what you see here. Now, we're also making some, what we know are controversial recommendations. One of them is to preserve neighborhood character, consider reducing the height of single-family homes from 50 feet to 40 feet. I don't know, and we work around the country, I don't know of any other place in the country that allows residential to go up to 50 feet high. And we know it causes tremendous angst in your own community as well. And it wouldn't preclude development. We know it's not going to be popular with the development world, but this is something that if neighborhoods, and we had written this when neighborhoods had preservation plans. Now with SB 180, we know that may or may not go away. But if a neighborhood comes to you and asks for that, you could start small and see if there's appetite for that, because we know it's going to be controversial. But because we heard so many complaints about it, we thought we should include it. The other thing we know is an issue is to deal with the short-term rentals, and we know you've been capped in many ways by what the state has done, but, you know, reclassifying single-family homes that have more than 6 or 7 or 8 or 5 bedrooms, whatever you think that magic number is, and that are rented for more than 180 days a year, should be classified as commercial properties.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Adkisson, could we do number 2 without running afoul of 180?
Candidly, I think we would be, if we can, we're playing with fire. We're gonna be all over the line there. However, I do think that when we look at what is considered more burdensome, you're not playing with any more fire than you are with any other type of Burt Harris claim you would have by potentially restricting someone's ability on one of those lots right now. To the extent that we do not provide additional form of regulation beyond what we do for other commercial buildings or properties, then it is entirely possible we could look at some of those regulations. And that's something we've talked about before. It is not something I would recommend adopting until we get a little bit more guidance of what kind of progress we see from the legislature on 180. But it is certainly an area that perhaps we can do it in piecemeal fashion to start getting some relief. Parking requirements being one such example.
And the same, I guess, would apply to 1 as well? Because both of those sound like they're common sense.
One, I actually, from talking to other attorneys around the state, height limits, things of that nature, you probably have a little bit more flexibility with. Because some of that can fall under your general police powers. Now, candidly, we'd probably need some commentary to come in here from our sheriff in South Walton Fire District. But for instance, certain cities have height limits that end up being relatively flexible and sometimes have to drop. The most notable example I will give you is when a relatively small city allows its height limit to increase because it buys its first ladder truck for their fire department, and that ladder truck then goes down and they no longer have the ability to serve it, it is not uncommon to see them either impose a moratorium or take it off the books. I can think of one city here in Walton County that has changed its height limit 4 times in the 20 years I've been involved with it.
The sooner we could do those, the better.
I understand fire chiefs have tremendous power, but you would want to reduce the height, not because the ladder is not high enough, even though we understand cities have done that, but because it's it's what the neighbors,
Right.
in order to somewhat be contextual.
Of
But I
course,
understand
my point, Marina, is
Yeah.
if that is the board's justification under public safety
Got it.
and health, we would likely have the ability to consider that something other than land development regulation.
No, I understand. And so I just threw in the flu recommendations because we know those are some of the more important ones. As I mentioned before, the adopting the sector plan, encouraging rural clustering. I know you've tried it before. We think it's maybe worth trying again, simply because you have some zoning on the north end that allows for 50 feet as well, and 50-foot height limit. So, 5 stories and 50-foot height limit. Incorporating those place types slowly but surely into your flu. So as property owners come forward and want to propose a place type and they've aggregated the land, those become available to others. Considering an increase in the maximum permitted density in the flu categories, as I mentioned before, the same way you do it for affordable housing, you can do it for some of the place types. And you do have to right size some of your densities because you have too low density in some areas. And I know it's hard to hear at times, but we've had a lot of people tell us, why aren't people building residential over commercial, which is where it makes sense? They're not doing it because your density is 17 units an acre and it's just too low. So in special areas, we should increase it. And you have a T&D zoning that has done very well that allows 30 units an acre. So in the right places, 30 units an acre could be possible as well. And then, of course, you don't want to allow place types anyhow, anywhere. There needs to be a minimum threshold. So depending on the place type, we're recommending a minimum of 80 acres, 40 acres, 60 acres, so on and so forth. And the slides on the right are by Urban 3. The images on the right, they presented early on in the process, but they really draw a parallel between the potential property tax revenue you get from development and correlating that to the amount of expenditures you have to put out to provide the desired level of services that people would want. And so they've run the numbers on all of the different place types to show that they will be more productive fiscally than some of the current zoning you have now. And then another sort of longer term recommendation we're recommending is that you explore the idea of a TDR program, a transfer of development rights, which many municipalities around the country are doing, which is essentially identifying areas that should not redevelop, but they have an underlying zoning in there. Conversely, areas that could take more development, whether it's up and down 38, or in some areas of 331, in some areas of 98, and identifying those areas as potential receiving areas. There are areas that are surrounded by rural or residential preservation zoning, and you don't want to see those areas necessarily redeveloped, but those property owners have rights. There could be a system that you set up in which the density is transferred to areas that make sense, and we make some recommendations where that should be. So for example, parcels in V or VE flood zones could maybe transfer their development rights out. Future transit corridors could be on the receiving end, so on and so forth. And then suggested next steps for you, stuff that is not in this report, but is, obviously you're going to vet each of these recommendations. These are ours. You will decide if you want to lower the numbers, make the numbers higher, delete a recommendation altogether, or strengthen one. But as I mentioned, we're showing you a draft sector map. It is not a map that has been, that has been carefully calibrated, because that's not the role of the EAR. So if you decide to move forward, it will have to be calibrated. We think you could, as I mentioned before, proactively identify areas that could take a place type, like an urban corridor is an obvious one. Or if you know of a property owner who wants to do an urban center, for example, working with them to identify it. We think the place types, if they're going to be held to a higher standard, should have a very simple form-based code. And I say form-based code because you're somewhat familiar with them. You've seen the PUDs. Most property owners do PUDs, but you've seen them with the TNDs that exist here already. And instead of every property owner doing their own, and depending on the strength of their attorney, some are better, some are worse, having one simple standard. It doesn't have to be complicated, but we think that's something worth pursuing. We think your LDC needs to be reformed, of course. And then developing a structure or a framework plan, in particular for Chat Holly, because that is the one area that people have told us is a little schizophrenic and really does require a certain cohesive overview of what it can look like, so that there's a level of predictability and that there's not such angst with every development proposal that comes forward. Now, from the transportation standpoint, increasing the traffic safety, adopting a Vision Zero plan is not inconceivable. I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but the country of Austria adopted one, and they had 0 pedestrian death in 1 year. So if a country can do it, a county or a municipality can. And there are recommendations for increasing the traffic safety, accommodating multimodal transportation options as well. There are recommendations for how to start small with certain loops up and down 38 and connecting 38 and connecting through 98. Reviewing traffic performance and acting accordingly, focusing on certain key corridors, and incorporating mobility hubs where possible, especially to align parking with beach access. And this is just further going into it, developing a Vision Zero action plan, and developing an active transportation master plan for pedestrian and bicycles in the county. There are many of them, but putting it all, like for example, the Seaside Institute has focused on some along 30A. Tying that one into a comprehensive county one would be good, and of course tying into the the statewide trail network that exists. Next steps from a transportation standpoint is conducting full safety assessments, performing updated traffic analyses of all the different priority corridors, filling in network gaps from a multimodal standpoint, assessing daily and seasonal usage and trends for parking. We know that's difficult because you have such high peaks during the summer. Well, it used to be the summer, now it's 8 months of the year. But there are ways to assess it and manage it to ensure that there's enough parking and enough access to and from the beach with jitneys and so on and so forth, and reviewing options and examples for such services. And there's a whole host of them that are recommended in the report. From a capital improvement standpoint, it's creating and consolidating the existing 5-year capital improvement plans in relationship to transportation, transit, parks and recreation, and really having a firm understanding and a comprehensive understanding within the county itself of what are the capital improvements that are due in a year, 2 years, 3 years, and it should absolutely be tied to the sector map if you do adopt one, in such a way that those areas that are going to receive the most traffic should be those areas where you could prioritize capital improvements in your growth and maintain sectors more than, of course, in your preservation. and creating a mechanism for annually updating the 5-year plan. There's also a recommendation to streamline it in the LDC and set up a schedule for review of those standards. You have a lot of your actual regulations that exist in your comprehensive plan, and that's very rare. We understand why it made it into your comp plan, because it's just more difficult for developers to try get a variance and find a workaround. But fundamentally, a comp plan is not where regulations reside. It should be in your LDC with certain criteria that makes it much more difficult or creates a level of predictability for when a variance can be sought or when a rezoning can be had. And passing an ordinance to remove the sidewalk buyout, we heard that loud and clear, that it's just not serving you well at all. In terms of infrastructure, it's protecting aquifers from polluted inflows and creating or partnering with another agency to really maintain a map. You know, these maps are ever changing, but to show areas of high potential groundwater recharge so that you can more effectively manage the whole stormwater systems and groundwater recharge where it's ultimately desirable. And then lastly, we have a lot of recommendations from a conservation management and a coastal management standpoint. You already have a lot of very good policies in your comprehensive plan. So this was about strengthening some of the existing policies and adding new policies that we knew were missing. So we heard today you still don't have a tree protection ordinance. There should be one. And then there's a lot of focus on, for example, incentive tools such as giving a density bonus to build on uplands only, and really encouraging clustering with the preservation of conservation easement or land that would put conservation easement in perpetuity, to be able to do that, and to just remove homes that are potentially in the floodplain, of course, to the uplands. And there's a whole host of others that you see here. And from a coastal management standpoint, same thing, you have very good policies in place already. There are recommendations to strengthen certain policies, and we go into a lot of detail in the report, and that has to do with managing coastal dune lake standards, making it harder for people to seek variances to get closer to the coastal dune lakes, protecting the legal access points from the beach, and then, of course, recommendations or strategies to minimize the intrusion into your flood zone areas, as well as further protecting your dunes and your beaches. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mark for the last 2 slides. A lot has been said on 180, but you may want to speak to it too.
Thank you very much for that.
So Clark Partington and I were retained by DPZ to review the plan, make sure the plan is consistent with the law changes that have taken place since the last EAR, which is 2017. I didn't include all the slides, but we went through every year the statutory changes to Chapter 163 and any case law changes. And I can opine with some significant help from our land use department over at Clark Partington and Pensacola that the changes that are proposed are consistent with all the changes in the statute that have occurred since 2017. I did not include a detailed analysis about the Live Local Act or SB 180. Those are in flux, I would hope. So although there are some things in here that we'll probably need to take very careful aim at, and Clay and Danny, Mr. Gladwell picked up on too really quickly. Those are things that we'll deal with in the implementation stage. But otherwise, this plan absolutely is consistent with the changes in the law since 2017. I'm going to take off my legal hat for just a second. I was here in 2017. We did the last year amendment. The failure we had in 2017, I was going to be blunt about it, was the follow through as it relates to capital planning. This is a grand opportunity, and I'm speaking as a citizen here, this is a very, very well done capital improvement plan. If you look at it carefully, is take that plan and put it with planning and with public works, and everybody get on the same page, because then you can budget. We need a road in this particular area, or we need to improve a road in this particular area, because this comp plan pushes development at a higher density or a lower density in certain areas of the county. This is a brilliantly conceived, in my 37 years of local government and planning experience, it's a brilliantly conceived way as it relates to capital improvements. If you can just get those 3 areas, you guys in budgeting, planning department and public works to use it to plan for the next 5 years, next 7 years, next 10 years, frankly. So that's my citizen comment, but legally, the plan is perfectly fine, and it does incorporate all the changes in the law since 2017.
And I concur, I reviewed it as well. It is consistent with the requirement for an e-report and the necessary language we have to adopt. We hope, by the way, that if the board chooses to approve this and then chooses to take steps that are part of an adopted EAR that the state similarly signs off on in the initial transmittal, that is potentially one area of relief we could see in Senate Bill 180, because we are mandated to do this under state law. So we're hoping the legislature will read those statutes in conjunction and say changes brought about as part of that process are exempt from the ambit of 180. But we are certainly working with our lobbyists, as I know many others are, to try to see some language included there that will not run afoul of Governor DeSantis' opinions and what he was hoping to alleviate when he championed SB 180.
And I will say, one of the problems in the legislature now, and Clay and I've talked about this, we don't have bill writing anymore like we had in the 80s and early 90s, where a group of old lawyers, quite frankly, would take a look at SB 180 and say, oh, well, does it conflict with any other current statute? This SB 180 clearly conflicts with the year-based amendment process. It absolutely does. And so we don't have that balance in the legislature or check in the legislature anymore, sadly. But I agree with Clay, that's exactly where we're headed. And we may get comments back from DEC, DEO now? Yeah, DEO. Yeah. Sure.
Just to piggyback a little bit on that, where I'm hearing a lot of what ifs, I'm hearing the word hope. I'm hearing all this in conjunction with this plan and SB 80, and that's what, concerns me, that there's an awful lot of work put into this. How much can we actually do at present time, and are we putting the cart before the horse?
I can answer. I don't think so. I think you can do everything in the plan right now. I think there are.
Well, we just heard two things that we can't do.
Well, I agree with Clay. There are two things that are very risky. The two things that Mr. Gladwell pointed out. Otherwise, I don't know. There's no down zoning in this plan. No. None. There's no down zoning like other counties have done. So I don't think we have that risk at all. It's a very, very well thought out plan in terms. SB 180 is something everybody has to be concerned about. But as this plan is written, other than those two areas we've identified, I don't think you don't have any issues.
So a couple examples, Commissioner Curry. Your capital improvements element, there are a number of verbiages there that absolutely are not more restrictive and have really very little to do with the developer's right to develop their property. They're removing the sidewalk fund buyout option. Candidly, it probably costs less money in some cases. So, I mean, it's going to be very hard to show that that was a true burden. I've spoken to one of the large citizen activist groups attorneys who is actively opposing some Senate Bill 180. And then also, on the other hand, as candidly admitted, is suing local governments under Senate Bill 180 when they pass something that their clients don't like. Not on the development side, on the citizen side, believe it or not. And one of the things they talked about was government changes to fees, aside from the implementation of a new fee or a more expensive fee, is not necessarily one of the questions. It's the ability to adopt a fee or to update a study, those type of things where we get tricky. The conservation element, I won't tell you that I think every bit of that would not face a potential facial challenge. The tree protection ordinance, for instance, could be one of those. Just to call out one, I don't want to pick on this or go line by line, but there are multiple other parts of that conservation element that are talking about requirements for clustering development, that where we're talking about enhanced mitigation. It's not actually imposing a new requirement. It's clarifying what is already on the books and making it clear throughout that conservation element. And I won't go through every one of them. The housing element, aside from the one that we talked about, I think is perfectly clear. The infrastructure element I'm not seeing. property rights, I could see the wetland mitigation being a challenge candidly, but my point is that I'm scrolling through and I'm now 10 pages in, and the vast majority of these are things I see that we have the ability to implement, and that if we do implement piecemeal, and I hate doing that, by the way, we are not going to be defeating something else. So for instance, if we develop a standalone LSV policy or plan, which is one thing they're calling for, we can do that under the transportation section, whether or not you adopt the Vision Zero action plan. The two don't have to be done together. For maximum effect, you need it to be, but they are not the same thing. There's a complete streets plan, and by the way, I've dealt with this with the city of Defuniak a great deal because they've done a lot of work on this initiative. Depending on what you make businesses along those streets do and not do into that complete street, that could or couldn't be. Well, we're a long way away. They're making a recommendation to develop that. Well, what's in your plan could be the violation. So I would say that in terms of what you have in front of you, you have a lot of actionable items that the board can immediately start working on. Now, are you going to see the immediate change to certain problem areas? Probably not, because those require very stringent restrictive action. And that's what 180 absolutely prevents. But there are a lot of other things in here that are long needed. And unfortunately, what I'm talking about are the higher level things. It's the land development code, LDC changes that will come after that are going to be really where the rubber meets the road. But if you don't get your comp plan in order, you are not going to ever be able to get the LDC in order.
And let me follow up, just one real quick thing. Get your comp plan in order is exactly right. There were so many things, Maureen and I have talked about this. There were some internal conflicts. This plan fixes that. Quite frankly, things that just said one thing in one section and one thing in another, that because of changes through the years, it just weren't comprehensively looked at. So yes, there's some of that also in the plan.
Well, what defines a plan when we're piecemealing, when we're picking and choosing what we can and can't do at this time? I mean, to me, when you define a plan, it's a plan. It's from A to Z.
You have your whole plan in here, you have everything.
But we can't do everything in here, correct?
Not everything at one time. But some of this you would not have been able to do all at one time to start with.
Well, I'm just talking in general with the, I'm referring to SB 180, some of the things that we can't do in there. So if this encompasses the entire plan and we can't do some of these things in this plan, is it a plan?
Yes, sir. It's a plan that parts of this are unable to be performed at this moment in time.
Okay.
So, for instance, if you have a plan that you wish to heat lane 331, I'm gonna throw out something wild and crazy that we don't have complete, but we said, we're gonna do it, you're not gonna do it tomorrow, no matter what you wanna do, no matter how much money you have. I will point out some of these items in here. The mobility hubs, the connector roads, the big one, I'll point out 90 to 20. I think it's under R of the transportation element. I don't think anybody's arguing that's not necessary. However, that's definitely not something that we can do between us, the state, and everybody else for many, many years. So some of this is going to be longer range planning, even if 180 didn't exist, would be my position.
Can I also add to that? I would call it a report and not a plan, because it's not a comprehensive plan. It is a report that's targeting your comprehensive plan.
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
you can easily choose to pull out certain items and strengthen or not others.
But I'm really glad
Thank
that we're going to be having our land development code eventually and our comp plan be in line with each other.
Speak to each other.
Right,
Because your
right.
comprehensive plan says so many good things, but your land development code isn't getting you what
Right.
your comprehensive plan calls for.
Right.
And I just wanted to add, sorry, Clay, cutting you off. The comp plan is really designed as that visioning document. And to speak to Marina's comments about we have our regulations in there, that's the wrong place. The comp plan is really designed as this long-range sort of visioning plan effort. So
Right.
that's where we get some of the.
Required by the state.
Can I just ask him one thing, Commissioner, real quick? And I hate to do this at the last moment there, but it is something we are working on. I think this kind of happened in tandem with you, Marina. Under 9, your recreation element, you propose a few new policies and you have 4 other changes. One thing we are actively working on, I know the planning is doing a study to update the rec plat fees. Is that possibly consideration for a G to consider the revision of the recreational plat fee element of the comp plan and how that's done? Because we know we're gonna have to update it with the impact, with our new impact fee ordinances.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would like it in there because
Yeah.
if we send some of this to the state and then I know what happens, if Stephen gets the study back and we come and make some changes that this board has already indicated their intent to do, which are functional changes in how it's implemented, maybe not the amount of the fee, and this is up there, we're gonna draw a foul from the state at some point when we send two comp plan amendments at once. And I'm looking at Stephen getting ready to pull out the rest of his hair over there. So if that would be something we could possibly consider as an addition to that, I think that would behoove what this board has already approved.
And just to answer, and I'm sure Commissioner Anderson remembers, but I got elected right at the tail end of the 2017 process, but we spent probably the end of 2018, 2019, into 2020 implementing the specific ear amendment changes that, I mean, it took a while, and I don't know that we ever did fully get it done.
We didn't, but this is, as Clay said, this is, even without 180, this is the beginning of a long process.
Right.
And with 180, I think it's gonna make it that much more difficult. And hopefully, the legislature in the next session will make some changes to that, but you two, all of us, we've been through this before, and I think we need to make some serious changes to the comp plan, and that's when we need to start working on the LDC. But it's not gonna happen overnight, and we're gonna get some things that we think we're gonna win, and the state's gonna say, no, you didn't win. And so don't expect anything to change tomorrow, because we're not voting on it, we're just accepting it.
But I do think that we need, and if I remember correctly, one of the things that was important is we approve the report in its entirety, and then that doesn't mean we're gonna do anything. Then we start pecking away at the specific changes, and that'll take maybe 2 or 3 years.
It's the acceptance of the report and the approval of the resolution that we have completed this process by the acceptance of the report. And that is actually the motion we need, if we can agree that it will include that additional recreational element. They're nodding, so that would be part of the motion if somebody wants to make it.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment from the audience? Okay.
Barbara Morano. I want to thank Marina Curry and the staff of DPC. They did an excellent job. Commissioner Johns, when you first got on board, you said you needed to work on the code, and you did. You got us to this point, and the rest of the commissioners supported you, so I thank you for that. I am going to read something from the introduction, which I think will help you understand where we were coming from as citizens as we grappled with all the the ambiguity of the code. And Marina really picked it up. She says, or they say, while the comprehensive plans, policies represent sound intentions, the land development code regulations often contradict those policies and fail to facilitate the type of development most citizens desire. Consequently, community members frequently oppose new developments even when they comply with zoning regulations, complicating the approval process. That is why you see so many citizens before you.
Right.
The code has issues. Now, my next concern is, I've always said planning is overworked and underpaid. What goes to the state? What is gonna happen in March? Because I don't think they have enough time with everything pulled on them. Do they take this document and send it and that's over? Or, you know, just explain and truly, is this gonna be a reality for planning to get this done, plus everything else on their plate? So thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Morano is right, planning's definitely doing some heavy lifting now. But I'm confident that we can get to that March deadline with those text amendments. If not, it would certainly be shortly after. Now, if we don't meet that deadline, I just want to be clear, not that I'm giving myself any sort of cushion here. If we don't make that deadline, the response from the state is, hey, we're not going to approve any map amendments or text amendments until you approve these EAR-based, until we get those approved, right? So, and actually, it's not even all map amendments. It's just the county-sponsored map amendments. So I just wanted to be clear that if we don't meet that deadline, it's not, you know, a fine or fee process or something like that. It looks like you might have something to add.
I was just gonna ask you, how many county-sponsored amendments outside of the potential neighborhood plan being a sponsored amendment have we done in the last 3 years?
Text-based or maps?
Map-based, just a map.
Ooh, 30 probably to 40, I would say.
That are county-sponsored, so.
Oh, that are county-sponsored?
That are county-sponsored.
No, a handful, maybe a half dozen.
If that.
Yeah, if that.
Text-based more, but.
Certainly, yes.
So what I'm saying is it's not a frequent occurrence that we're redoing our own maps to start with.
Right.
And just to be clear, y'all are still gonna help plan and get this done, correct? DP's, I mean, is that part of the contract or not?
No, it's not part of the contract.
No.
Okay.
No, that would be
I-
additional if you wanted that.
We'll be happy to.
Right.
Sorry.
Here's your receipt.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Did you have anything else?
No.
Okay, Celeste, come on up.
I have a request for some removals of items out of this EAR report, and I would like to see the report amended to exclude the following items under element 10, transportation. Item P, the north-south connector road between County Road 30A and US 98 east of County Road 395. That's the big road that splits our Point Washington State Forest Wildlife Management area. Then item Q, the east-west bypass for County Road 30A. Again, this goes through a very wet area of Point Washington State Forest. Then finally, item R, north-south connector between US 98 and State Road 20 east of 331. Most of that goes through the Nicosa Plantation Preserve. And what's going to happen is you're making plans that are not true plans that can happen in reality because you don't control this land. It's all conservation land, which is very specific to what can be done on it. And roads are not one of them. I can speak a lot more to what the state forest would allow and not allow in the process. That will never happen. You've been told by the state agencies, the federal agencies, no. And I keep repeating that, but it's like, when is no, no? And I don't know how Nicosa Plantation would feel about a road. I've heard they don't like it, but you've got a lot of implications with all this. And I think if you really want to move forward, you don't put these impossible things in a plan. You put something that is truly could happen and make a better community and solve some of your traffic issues. So I'm just asking you today to take those elements out. And additionally, there's a map, it's labeled potential new roadway alignments on page 138. And I think that map needs to be revised to remove those 3 roads. So I'd like to see that.
Thank you very much,
Madam Chair.
appreciate that.
Why would we put this in there if the state says no?
Just some points of clarity. So the alignment mapping and the specific delineation of where these potential roadways could go are not in the final report, right? So it was in an earlier iteration at the Planning Commission. Staff as well as our consultants were made very aware of Nakusi's concerns and others. So the specific location of where these roadways is not part of the recommendation report, and it certainly won't be part of any text-based amendments. The recommendation is that we do seek further connectivity in these areas. But in terms of actual layout of where those roads should be, that has been pulled from the report.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. Excuse me,
Madam Chair?
just a moment, just a moment. You may come on up and state your name, but Commissioner Glidewell's got a comment to say first.
If we start changing this, we're opening Pandora's box. Because let me tell you something, I am adamantly and absolutely opposed to a tree ordinance in North Walton County. So if we're gonna start pulling stuff, we're gonna gut this thing pretty quick. We need to adopt it as it is, and I'll fight my tree battle at a different time.
Didn't Stephen say that that was already pulled out of that report?
Yeah, he just said it was pulled out, so I'm fine, if that in fact is true.
Just
and it's-
I can't.
the map, just the specific map has been pulled. The quote, I'm not in,
All right,
Oh,
all
we
right,
gotta-
all
we
right.
gotta talk him.
I can't do this.
and I'm not in favor of, the Nakusi Road either, but it's just in the plan, and if we start messing with this, it's gonna get sideways pretty quick.
I just don't see why we present something or turn in something if the state already said we can't do it. That's the only reason I asked.
That's in one specific location, not in others.
I did, and thank you, Ms. Cabina, for pointing it out. The layout in the southern portion between 98 and 38, I believe, that map remained, right? That was an existing, I think, layout already. But just to be clear, again, this is just the recommendation report, right? So staff is gonna work with these recommendations and public concerns and all these things, and bring back a product where you all can absolutely pick and choose and just.
Right,
Okay.
right. This isn't a done deal. This is just, okay, yes, sir.
My name is Dave Clausen, Clausen, and I'm a resident of Santa Rosa Beach. I'm also the president of the Choctawhatchee Audubon Society, which covers Walton County and Okaloosa counties. And I'm speaking for myself and for my organization in opposition to the three proposed so-called forest roads that are included in the new evaluation and appraisal report. So I'm supporting what Celeste said. First, I want to thank the commissioners for voting yesterday to not include any additional money in the budget for a new study of the 38 to 98 connector road through Point Washington State Forest. However, this road and two others, unless I don't quite stand the change that he just mentioned, however, this road and two others are still included in the new evaluation and appraisal report, and I urge the commissioners to remove these from the report. The proposed north-south connector between US 98 and State Road 20 is unnecessary, would cross extensive wetlands at the mouth of Choctawhatchee River, making it very, very expensive to build, and would mostly serve to allow new developments in western Bay County easier access to our already overcrowded Walton County beaches. Now to move on to the two proposed forest roads in South Walton County. These would both traverse land that is presently part of State Washington's Point Washington State Forest, and also possibly affect Deer Lake State Park. These lands were expressly set aside by the state of Florida for conservation and recreation purposes, not to preserve so-called vacant land that could be used for future road building. If built, These two roads would significantly fragment the largest contiguous area of conservation land in South Walton. Many recent studies have shown that habitat fragmentation has an adverse effect on wildlife and biodiversity. And finally, I want to say that the large contiguous area of Point Washington State Forest and Deer Lake State Park constitutes a last oasis of pristine conservation land in South Walton that will be increasingly surrounded by development. We are especially fortunate to have preserved this land, and other communities would be envious to have such a large tract for recreation and to protect native wildlife and plants. So I ask you to please remove these proposed roads from the updated Walton County Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Hunter Harmon. It's Harman. I want to speak in favor of item P in the plan, which is that north-south connector road between 38 and 98 is greatly needed in this county. I live on the east end of 30A, and I would really appreciate you to continue to keep this in this particular plan, which is a very well put together plan. I've been in this county for 33 years, and I've not seen anything quite this comprehensive, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I believe the gentleman, and, okay, all right. Well, I'll take you two, and then we're going to close it. Come on, Bob.
Bob Brooke, B-R-O-O-K-E. Excuse me. I'd just like to make sure everybody knows that there was more than just one person who stood up in favor of the road, the connector road between 30A and 98. And I think there are numerous reasons to support that. I know that there are the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department, South Walton Fire Department, have stood up in the past and said that it's a needed road for the safety of the citizens of South Walton. And so I think that's possible to do without damaging significantly the forest. There are already connector roads through the forest, and they haven't been overrun by development by contractors or developers, and so I don't think that's an issue. It's a matter of simply following the plan that you make, and the restrictions you put on the road and anything that goes alongside of the road, and I don't think it's going to have any impact on the forest that you can't accommodate with wise planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back. And after this, public comments will be closed.
My name's Eric Jackson. I'm an outdoor enthusiast. I hike, I kayak, I swim, bicycle in the county here, and your outdoor spaces are wonderful. But I'm against these roads through Washington State Forest, through Deer Lake State Park, and through Lugosi Plantation. And I just want to let you know I was going to list the different sections, but they've already been done. So I'm just here to say you need to safeguard your outdoor spaces and not chop them up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
got
Public
one
comment. 1 minute. And then public comment is closed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a point that we've got a couple people here that are against all three roads. I don't think Nicosi is ever going to be, it's just would be so expensive. It's so environmentally sensitive area. The other two are just east-west, an alternate 98. Right now, today, there's 41,500 cars going to get through there. And if there's something to stop it, the traffic's so often is, we need a way for the locals to get through. And I think I don't know where it's going to go, but we just really need, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, motion to adjourn.
We got a motion on the,
I'm
accept
sorry,
the
I'm
report.
sorry.
We've got his motion pending.
It's a long day.
I like where you're
It's
headed,
a
though.
long day. It's a long day. Okay, so we need.
We
do
have a motion and a
and a
second.
second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Now you can call for that motion.
Motion to adjourn.
There you go. You got it.